Middays in Philadelphia as we come on the air here. Let's take a look. If you're joining us on YouTube Live, then you can see the video for yourselves.
I'm going to need a second for the video, but I do have
That's
the audio
okay.
for you.
I'll just tell you what's going on here. So this is not your ordinary car. We hear about arsons all the time with car vehicles. There was just one yesterday in Germantown, actually, at an auto shop. But in this case, what is significant, and that's what Dan is going to play for in a moment, what's significant here is that you're going to hear as law enforcement over the scanner as they're speaking over the radios, and they're giving a heads up that this appears to be, and this is what you want to listen to, this is a fully engulfed in flames government vehicle. And even though she swallows the word a little bit, it's tough to hear, but she does confirm reportedly on this, and you could hear for yourself, that this is an ICE vehicle parked along Front Street. This is in the Germantown section of Philadelphia, I believe. So let's listen. Do you have the audio?
So right at South and Front.
South and Front.
Yep.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay, South and Front Streets.
South Street 780.
South Street 780.
Notify Seth I'm blocking the street off, and if you could expedite fireboard because it's in front of a house and it looks like it's ready to blow.
All right. Where are you blocking off for SEPTA?
There's a unit available. We have somebody go over to the south side of South Street on Front Street. Black traffic coming in.
Research Retail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
South Street 780.
780.
Yeah, if you could notify a supervisor about this vehicle fire. It's actually a government vehicle. It's a Homeland Security ICE vehicle.
There it was.
Yeah, they did come over and say that. There's a supervisor received.
And so when you're seeing what's going on, and they posted it, I believe, on the Citizen app, Philly, as far as that goes, but you see this vehicle, SUV, fully engulfed in flames, and there were reports of a vehicle on fire, explosion in that area. So the question is, who did this? Do they also have that individual with all the Ring doorbell cameras, surveillance images, that sort of thing? I can imagine that they're going to release some video of a suspect. But is this an attack on Homeland Security? Is this an attack on ICE and thus this administration? And so we don't have all the answers for you. I'm asking the question, and I don't have official confirmation from Philadelphia police. Obviously, they're pretty busy as I speak because this is an active investigation. So, yeah, there was the car fire and a series of vehicle arsons in Philadelphia, but the one yesterday, that was in Germantown. This one at South and Front Street.
So now youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, we are showing that video if you wanted to see that.
Yeah, so, it would appear that this isn't a case of arson fully engulfed. This is not an accident. That's not what this is. There's not another vehicle. This is not a crash or anything of that nature. So, and the other one yesterday, unrelated, it would appear that was a fire at an auto shop in the Germantown section of Philadelphia, but that one was suspected arson. And then we have a lot of fires lately. I was leading with 6 o'clock this morning, by the way, that huge fire that has been going on since last night, and that's Abington Township. But as that one is a chemical fire at this point, hazmat teams there. Aerospace, they make aerospace parts. So what's burning, what's in the air? They've put out an order that everybody just stay in place, stay inside. So a lot of concern over that one as we continue. But 855-839-1210. If you've witnessed any of these, if you have any input, certainly we'll take it. Meg Brock at 10:30, and you want to hear about that latest investigation. But I do want to move on to the story about Doge. And that is Elon Musk releasing this statement, putting this out here, that Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, and let's not forget that Doge stands for Department of Government Efficiency. So as people rail against Doge, understand that what they're protesting, what they're against, is government efficiency. Just let's put that out there. But in this one, he has talked about, I keyed in on this weeks ago, when during one of the news conferences, they were talking about the importance of putting a code at the bottom of every single payment that is going out, right? These are your tax dollars. The number is staggering. 4.7 trillion federal dollars, your tax dollars here, 4.7 trillion. These payments they're untraceable. So that's the word from Elon Musk, that he is saying in the past that these ID codes on every payment that goes out are necessary so that they can track it and they can trace it. That's what's important. And of course, think about your own, let's say your checking account. You have a little number on the check so you can make sure whether it's I have Wells Fargo. You can go to Wells Fargo and you can say, whatever happened to check so-and-so, right? You could trace that. In this case, because these payments went out and that space, that code detail, ID code space was apparently purposely left blank. And what that means is that these federal payments, according to the Department of Doge and Musk, $4.7 trillion untraceable. Where did the money go? It's crazy and it's infuriating. I want a refund, right? We deserve a refund. Who do you get the refund from, though? So this is on purpose. This is on by design. And this is exactly why you have all of these swamp creatures and swamp monsters, if you will, complaining. And that's the real reason they're protesting, because this administration is just showing you all the facts. I know I had put this out over the week. In a moment, I want to go to this because I don't think anybody has really talked enough about a specific news conference with President Trump that I want to get to. And it's very important. But over the weekend, I did, in fact, tweet this out, X this out, whatever you want to say. But just the level of money that we know of that is traceable, and we'll get into all these NGAs and where the money is going. But you're looking at not just trillions as well, billions and trillions of dollars. And I say those words lightly, but I shouldn't, because think about what's the biggest lottery? When people go crazy, the biggest lottery that we've had. Have we ever had $1 trillion lottery? Because I don't think we have. But think about how crazy we go after $100 million, how that changes your life, right? 100 million or 200 million or $500 million. But we're talking about trillions of dollars. I just think about my paycheck. I think, wow, what could I have done with that money? And that's your family, your life, the vehicle you drive. What about job creation? Think about what would you get? Even if you won the lottery and let's just say it's $10 million. Okay, take a dollar, 10 million. So that's a little tiny piece of what we're talking about, 4.7 trillion. But think about if you won $10 million in the lottery and then you pay, let's say you're going to get 5 million. Okay. So what would you do with $5 million? Let's say you would buy, right, some luxury cars from Piazza, right? Definitely Piazza's, a couple of the top of the line Mercedes. I think Dan and Maisie would get a Lamborghini from Piazza, I'm pretty sure, right?
Maybe a Mercedes, what is it, the G-Class or whatever, those big, trucks.
These are beautiful luxury vehicles. And Jimmy Kelly would definitely get one of those big Mercedes, but because he's legally blind, he can't drive. He would hire as well a driver.
Well, he'd probably hire me to drive him around. Let's be honest here.
Driving Mr. Kelly as opposed to driving Miss Daisy. But seriously, think about then the job creation. Now you're going to get a new home. Maybe you love your home and you're going to fix it up. You're going to get the new roof. You're going to get the new windows. Think about the job creation if we all had that money freed up. But instead, where did the money go? I saw this one piece of how much, for example, Chelsea Clinton and her husband get. So because they work for some of the NGOs, and this is how they roll. Because you always wonder, how do they and their children, how do they get all that money?
Yeah.
And we're now getting to the heart of the situation, seriously. And then you see all these protests and all these Democrats singing these dopey, these are the worst songs ever. It's really lame, and it gets funnier by the minute, if I'm being honest. But this Doge, that's why they're just so triggered by Doge. And even on President's Day, did you notice? They all know Trump is so popular that when the protesters or demonstrators, whatever you want to call it, when they were asked about it, they would say, well, it's against Doge. So it was fun. It's funny how they're going after
Elon Musk. No Elon scab within our walls will fight from dawn to dusk.
Don't use my name. Get my name out your mouth, lady.
They did say your name. That's a direct shot there, Dawn.
Right? I'm telling you, Dan. But they're smart in this sense that they know that Trump is like his favorability ratings are through the rooftop. So now they're going after, I guess Elon is like the bad cop. But this is why they're so triggered, because we found the mother lode. We found where all the swamp monsters, how they fund themselves. And in my opinion, this is fraud. We the people are victims of fraud.
Our walls will fight from dawn to dusk.
These people, they should not sing. Could we make a law? Oh my God. So I do want to, can we just play one little tidbit of this? Because there was a news conference with Trump and his energy team. You know, I love former Governor Doug Burgum, who's now heading the Interior Department. And you might not know what that cabinet position is all about, but actually this is one of the most critical cabinet positions with the president. And it's Governor Burgum. Remember that Burgum, he's a good guy. I had the chance to get to know him during one of our great Trump Force 47 meetings. And many of you you remember if you went to that one in Chester County. This guy, here's the thing. You should hear him riff when he starts talking about energy. And then he weaves in the importance of all of our resources, how we tap into our resources from the Gulf of America to Alaska, how that's a game changer for the economy. And then he weaves in the next step, which is really what their goal is. Because what they're looking at right now is we are in a race and we got to move quickly. Because China right now at this moment in time, they are winning the war for who's going to own artificial intelligence. It has to do with energy, you see? And so that's why they've got to free up the energy, not only to kickstart our economy, not only to bring down all of our high prices for energy, but as well because they're looking at the pie in the sky. That's AI. Yes, Ed, I was rhyming that just for you. So maybe you want to go to a little piece of it,
sure.
Dan?
Yeah, we got Burgum queued up here.
Let's hear him.
Good afternoon. President Trump wisely understood that under the Biden administration, there was a war against American energy, and today that war officially has ended. President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency. And this is a real emergency because under the Biden administration restricted the production of oil and gas. Production's still coming, but when you stop holding leases, when you take 625 million acres of land out of ocean land, out of production possibilities through an executive order, you're really restricting the balance sheet of America. But today, as President Trump said, this is unleashed. The National Energy Dominance Council will be made up, all the folks that are standing beside me here, other cabinet leaders and many more, represent President Trump's wise decision that we need a whole-of-government approach to unwind. The Biden administration had a whole-of-government approach that had the war against U.S. energy. Now we need to turn that around 180 degrees and unleash that potential. We've got to unleash it from the Gulf of America all the way up to Alaska. We have amazing resources in this country, and we haven't been getting a return on them.
So this is critical, and Trump is sitting at the desk and the entire Energy Council behind him. And maybe what we'll do is, we'll play, more of these throughout so you can hear Trump, you can hear the council members, if you will. But as he riffs through that, you have to think, where are you going to go next, Dan? You just told me.
Yeah, you were right to the artificial intelligence aspect of this.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's Burgum. He's in Department of the Interior. That's what he heads up. Trump is sitting there. He's signing this executive order establishing this council. And here's where Trump is looking ahead.
Sorry, no, this is still Burgum talking about.
This is still Burgum?
Yeah, this
okay.
is still Burgum talking. AI here, Dawn, take a listen.
And we also have an energy emergency in terms of electricity. Too much intermittent, unreliable, not enough base load. We've been shutting down the base load that we have. President Trump is going to reverse that, and it's going to allow us to win the AI arms race, which is the most important thing that we have to do relative to our future.
And so isn't it interesting that you just don't hear the media taking us to that next level? Well, what do you foresee? What are the goals here with regard to artificial intelligence? Why do they keep talking about the precious metals, right? And that has to do with Ukraine. It has to do with Greenland when you weave all of this together. And I swear to you, I really don't hear or even read the mainstream media putting all of this together for you. And yes, one aspect of this I loved was the fact that I guess about 13 minutes in, they talk about my wash machine because I am sick and tired of it. My husband is like, Larry's sick of hearing me complain about it. But seriously, it's like the wash machine, because, I got boys. Listen.
Just a terrible thing to do.
Thank you.
An unbelievable thing to do. Also, they mentioned dishwashers and sinks and showers and the whole thing.
Thank you.
We're going to get rid of those restrictions. You have many places where they have water. They have so much water they don't know what to do with it. But people buy a house, they turn on the sink and water barely comes out. They take a shower, water barely comes out. And it's an unnecessary restriction.
And so you hear there's Sean Duffy, who I just call Rachel's man because she's Rachel Campos Duffy. She's like one of my favorite people in the whole world. So they have 9 kids. And no, this is not a second marriage, people. They actually have 9 children. But I know she was on it. So they lived in an older home. Maybe this has happened to you. And they lived in an older home. Then they moved to the newer home. They were like, oh, my gosh. Can you imagine 9 kids trying to do laundry and take care of all those dishes? It's nuts. It's crazy. So we'll talk about all of it.
I do have one more cut for you. I believe Zeldin talking about how their job is to establish energy dominance and how that ties to artificial intelligence as well.
Our job to ensure that we are unleashing energy dominance however we can help, that we are assisting in making America the AI capital of the world, that we are pursuing permitting reform, that we are helping to bring back American auto jobs. This is the mandate of the American public. The Trump mandate, it was clear, and the guidance from President Trump to me when he asked me, thankfully, for the opportunity for us to be able to serve together in partnership to unleash energy dominance.
And so the goal here is, lowering the prices, strengthening American economic security, championing domestic energy production. And that's obviously vital because you think about all the price shock that we're dealing with. And as I keep on saying, energy prices fuel, pun intended, everything, right? Because you have to drive there, you have to deliver it. And it's so silly when they release some numbers about the economy and say, during the last administration, the economy's doing great. But they did not include those numbers, right, with energy. Energy is where it's at, not just for each of us, our economy, but also AI. So you're going to hear me talk, moving forward, you're going to hear me talk a lot about that. But I can't wait to get the wash machine, the whole house, where you don't have to rinse the dishes and run the thing, 5 times to get it clean. Don't even get me started. We have so much to talk about. Good morning. Good to be back with you. 855-839-1210. We've got Dan. We've got Jimmy. We got our team. And we've got you, most importantly. Dawn Show continues right after this.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture. But sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
This February, Hessert Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get up to $9,863 off MSRP on a new 2024 Silverado 1500 SSV. Lease a 2025 Chevrolet Trax LT for just $215 a month, or a 2024 Chevy Blazer EVRS just $335 a month, both for 39 months. Check us out online at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So I know it might seem like a dry topic, but I have to focus just for another second on this. The National Energy Dominance Council that he created with many of these cabinet members. And you see Trump there in the Oval Office. He's sitting at the Resolute desk, signing executive orders, talking about energy dominance. Why this is critical, and then improving the process for permitting. In other words, they have to reduce some regulations, the production, the generation, the distribution, and then the transportation across all these forms of American energy. That's the goal here, but as well, this fits into the piece of we are in a huge race right now that's critical for all of us in America, because we do not want to lose the AI race against China. And I think that's really everything Trump is doing today. I know Marco Rubio is in, Saudi Arabia? So why are they in Saudi Arabia and they're working out a deal to end the Russia war? Think about it. All of this, follow the money, all of this is about energy dominance and the race for AI. That's what this is, in my humble opinion. And so even though, yes, we want to bring forth peace and prosperity, but if you look at the Saudis, and you look at the USA, what Trump is trying to do is saying, hey, we're gonna focus on energy, national energy dominance for sure, but we want to include our allies in Saudi Arabia, get them on our side, and then remember what happened in the past. What did they do in Europe? Because they were focusing on alternative renewable energies, they ended up buying oil from Russia. What did that do? That's pumping money, fueling Russia, literally, and fueling the war. So what Trump wants to do, and Biden did admit, the Biden administration realized this. You know that, right? Because they started sending fuel to Europe so that they wouldn't buy as much and be so energy dependent on Russia. But now that's all being supersized. Do you see what I'm saying? So Trump, his motivation in all of this is to dry up the money for who? Russia and Iran. Remember when he said that? When he left office, Iran was broke. So that's the way he deals with things. Not with bombs, not with threats, not with empty words. What he does is, because he's a business guy, he looks at the money. And he says, well, how do I dry up the money for a place like Russia? That weakens them. How do I dry up the money for Iran? They all know that. And that's why he always has that trump card, pun intended. So that's my piece on it. I know we have a ton of more sound, including from Trump as he spoke, but do we have to take a quick break? We've got Meg Brock on the other side. You want to do a little Trump here?
Yeah, take a little Trump. Here's some more Trump. On
a lot of Trump.
Yeah.
We want to be able to, when somebody turns on a sink to wash their hands or presses the button for a dishwasher and there's barely enough water there's no water. And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times. So it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that. And where are we on that?
So see how and some people initially said, oh, Trump is sitting at the desk. No, that shows you his level of comfort, by the way. But all these people reporting to him. And by the way, light bulbs, the low, what's his name? Madagascar. I love this comedian, Sebastian. And he has this great joke about the low energy light bulbs. And it's like, yeah, I can't see anything in my house. You got to let them warm up. And then you leave the light bulbs, the low energy light bulbs. You have to leave them on constantly. I have one in my house by the garage entryway. So if you turn it off, you're like in the dark for, 6 hours and it finally warms up. So what do people do? They always leave it on. So doesn't that defeat the purpose of it? So those low energy light bulbs, I think those are going away too. So we'll have regular water pressure. We'll have regular lights. We'll be able to see, and then turn it off. Turn off the water. Don't let it run forever, but you can run the wash machine once. Won't that be nice? Remember back in the day when dishwashers took 27 minutes? It was a beautiful thing. And you didn't even have to rinse them off. I'm just saying. 855-839-1210. Let's get to, we'll take a quick break. We've got Meg Brock on the other side, her latest investigation. Parents, especially parental rights. If you're a parent, grandparent, you want to hear from her. She has a great investigative report coming right up.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Abington and Jenkintown school districts are closed today because of a 4-alarm fire overnight in an industrial complex in Abington Township. Thousands of people still without power because of the strong winds. PECO says they'll get customers back on by tomorrow. And the SS United States' departure from Philly has once again been delayed.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
So a lot of breaking news today, and I know it's a whirlwind, a bit of a whirlwind this morning because there's so much going on. We want to bring it to you. But I had seen over the holiday weekend, if you will, Meg Brock had another daily news, and she's an investigative reporter with them, local mom, who really was one of the moms that I talked to frequently as far as asking questions during the pandemic, during the shutdowns. And oh my, if we only could have known then what we know now, right? Because it seems like every day you see a new revelation. But in this one, Meg Brock, who is a Bucks County mom, now working for the Daily Caller as one of their chief investigative reporters, and looking at these documents and the big reveal as far as who took over sex education and really pushed certain indoctrination and different ideologies in the schools that I think most parents had no clue about this. But now, thanks to Meg Brock and her investigation, one of her many latest investigations, we can pin this down, nail it down, and confirm it for you. So good morning, Meg.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
Oh, great to be with you as well, for sure. Can you take me through your latest investigation and what you've found? And you have the documents you've searched through. Can you just bring us the latest, Meg?
Yeah, this was an investigation into how the local Planned Parenthood has been influencing public education, particularly in providing comprehensive sex education to students. In this piece, I found documents in the Reading School District showing how they were partnering with Planned Parenthood Keystone to provide not only this comprehensive sex education, which actually teaches sex ed to children as young as kindergarten. It's all infused with gender ideology, and they were putting that in the school, and they were also helping to run an after-school LGBTQ plus kind of like sex ed club for students and young adults up to age 21.
And so with this, how is this funded? I mean, we keep hearing with these, non-government groups, the NGOs, we keep hearing about all of this Doge, but do you have, how this works? And I often call Planned Parenthood a money laundering operation. A lot of these are, because with Planned Parenthood, look at how they donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to local elections, all Democrats. And I've often called it a money laundering operation. But how does the funding happen here that this even, and the decision-making process, how does this happen?
Well, I think one of the things that listeners probably need to go home and Google is comprehensive sex education. And this is an idea that was pushed really by Barack Obama and his presidency. And it's really quite something. If you start looking into just generally what comprehensive sex education is, it's very radical sex ed. It's, like I mentioned, it's for kids as young as 5. It's all about shaping and changing their norms. So a lot of the lessons will absolutely feature transgender ideology and things that really kids, especially elementary kids, shouldn't be thinking about. We don't need to be introducing these ideas to children. We need to let them be children. And so a lot of that funding to develop these programs, and specifically, and I could talk about this in the piece, that different regional Planned Parenthood offices have gotten, millions of federal dollars to develop these sex ed programs under a program called the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. That was, again, something that was pushed by Obama during the Obama presidency. So there's just all kinds of different grants that can be used for all different things, but there's definitely been a lot of money thrown at this comprehensive sex education.
And so with that, and, that's what's always, I think, shocking to parents, because they just, maybe they've just trusted their local school, private and public, by the way. But in this case, kids as young as 5, and Meg, even the suggestion to say to a 5-year-old kid, well, what's your gender? There's so many genders. And a little kid is like, what? What does that mean? And so,
Exactly.
For parents who think, oh, this stuff, that's like crazy stuff that's happening out in California, what you're here to tell them is this is happening everywhere, right?
Yeah, and I think that it's definitely happening in Pennsylvania. I mean, I'm still continuing to research further into this to see what other schools might be offering these programs. But I mean, Planned Parenthood has an entire range of sex ed curriculum that schools can then adopt. And so I think, what kind of got me thinking about this was the local reporting from the Delaware Valley Journal talking about how Planned Parenthood was in Pennsylvania is planning on getting more involved in school board elections. And so in this Reading school district, I found that one of the school board members had actually been endorsed by Planned Parenthood. So there's kind of this potential for this loop of if you're endorsing candidates, and perhaps they'd be more likely to adopt some of these measures. And I think that exactly what you said. I mean, this is really confusing to kids. I mean, asking kids if they're a girl or a boy. I mean, it's just so confusing. And I think that confusion is intentional because it kind of then sets them up to ask more questions and maybe kind of get sucked into some of this gender ideology.
And so for this, I mean, what's your advice as a parent? And by the way, I mean, are you still being sued by Bucks County? Is all that finally resolved? I ask you every time you come on.
I haven't gotten any updates, so I assume it's still just waiting in the courts. In the courts, and I don't know if it's ever gonna. I don't know what's ever going to be fully. Yeah, but I mean, I think parents need to be extremely vigilant. They need to be educated. They need to understand. I mean, like for example, the school district did have an opt-out form. So if your child was going to be involved in this curriculum, there was a potential to opt out. But a lot of times parents don't even know that things are happening, let alone that they have the ability to opt out. So I would just tell parents they should be absolutely paying attention. They should be reading all the agenda items for their school, whatever district they're in, reading those agenda items, understanding what's going on, because a lot of this stuff is happening in schools, and really there is a target on vulnerable kids. I mean, I've been studying gender ideology almost exclusively for about 3 years now, and it just breaks my heart when you hear these stories of how these seeds that can be planted in young kids come to fruition, and you have these young women now who are left without their breasts, and they don't know if they're going to be able to have children, and that should not be happening. It should not be happening.
It's so true. One day I was, talking to my teenage sons about this. It was like a year ago. My youngest son, David, he says, well, Mom, of course, because when you think of your first image as a kid, they want to go for where kids are young, because that first image never leaves you. You never forget, when usually you're like, maybe 16, 17, whatever that is. But let's say they plant a sexual image when you're whatever, 5, 6, 7, then they've got you, because now that's the image in your brain. And so it does, no matter where somebody stands, it's not about politics, right? This is about thinking about just robbing a child, a young kid, of their innocence. Isn't that really just protecting our kids' innocence for as long as possible?
Absolutely. And that is part of, I don't know if you've read up on what queer theory is, but that's really the basis of queer theory, is that you rob children of their innocence, and that really sets the stage, or kind of sets the groundwork for them to adopt these very radical ideas as they grow older. And so absolutely, our kids deserve to have a childhood. They deserve to have the freedom of childhood innocence, and the idea that we're going to disrupt that, it's going to have consequences. I think that's part of what doesn't really get discussed. These kind of ideas get discussed as if they're inconsequential, but they're extremely consequential. And right now, we're seeing the consequences and seeing this wave of these detransitioners who have been just left with these broken bodies at the hands of adults. And it's just heartbreaking. And these kids deserve to be protected and nurtured and cared for.
And so what is your take on, as far as our suburban schools in this area and across the country too? But I know especially in Montgomery County, they've doubled down. They've doubled down in different school districts in Bucks County, we've heard about this. So on the national level, right, we have Trump now saying, no, we really want to take away the federal situation, return more localized education and just put the federal funds so the states can decide, but as well trying to clean out this DEI, this indoctrination. But we have local schools, as you well know, Meg, in Bucks County, Montgomery County, and Chester County, who are pushing back and doubling down and saying, no, we're still going to teach this gender identity and diversity, and it's part of our curriculum, and it's here to stay. What do you say about that?
I mean, I think that anyone who thinks all of this is going to end with the swipe of a pen is extremely naive. And I appreciate, I was thrilled to watch President Trump sign the executive order banning men from girls' sports. I mean, I think all of these things are important first steps. They're important to get this information and get these topics out out for discussion. But the battle is absolutely going to be state by state, county by county, school district by school district. Colorado, I think it was this week, is like trying to pass a bill where it would penalize doctors who refuse to use someone's fake sex. So I think that you're absolutely right that it's really going to be, I think you're going to see a lot of districts doubling down. There's going to be a lot of battles in court, and that really it comes down to local engagement, and that people need to get involved in their school boards and their counties and all of that stuff, because that's where the battle really, really lies.
Yeah, and we have other municipal elections coming up, Meg. Real quick, I had seen that you put out a post, and this is so important, where, a couple years ago when your little girl was, 7 years old at the time, and you relay a story that the doctor at this point expects that you as a mom are going to leave your child there with a doctor alone, which I actually thought that was against state law. I guess I was unaware. I thought you were supposed to be in there, but it just shows you on every level, even at the doctor's appointments, education, wherever that is. That was really emblematic to me, Meg, your personal story of that, of just saying we always have to be vigilant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to be vigilant in everything that you do, especially when we see really like all of the educational and medical institutions have adopted these gender ideology policies, which really do, in my opinion, undermine parental rights. Everyone's heard at this point this idea that kids have to have this confidential, if they quote unquote come out, or think that they're a different sex, have to have a confidential relationship with people who aren't their parents. And that doesn't just stop there. That personal story, I'll never forget how I felt. Some more context is that my daughter was having stomach pain, and we'd actually gone to an urgent care where they did blood work that confirmed she had some sort of infection. And they said, you should probably go to an ER and make sure she doesn't have appendicitis. So, it was just, that's what we were doing, ruling out appendicitis. So there was all this there was already tests done showing she had an active infection that was causing her belly pain, and yet still the doctor asked her if she needed me to step out of the room. And I'll never forget how that made me feel as a parent, because you're immediately kind of almost like put on notice that you're seen as the problem, even though there's nothing to even suggest that that's the case. So parents definitely have to be vigilant.
Yeah, and I believe the law, I think it's age 14, under 14, it's parental consent. So I don't know if they were going to, I don't even know what the doctor was after. I
don't know. Fortunately, it didn't escalate any further. But I was definitely in my head just standing there like, oh my goodness, I don't want this. I just want to make sure she doesn't have appendicitis and go home, which I think is probably how most normal parents are, in
Bucks County, especially where you are, Meg, I know, and my husband and I were in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia, and I think I told you the story. We had looked at homes in Bucks around some of the great public schools, because we've been paying for private. I always say I'll be like working till I'm 93. I'll be your waitress, with the private schools. But part of it is parents who move, generally speaking, who are in Bucks County, and a lot of our suburbs actually will school shop and then look for a house for sale around that. And that's really the central piece of this. So how do you, looking back now, what you learned through the pandemic, and then as well looking forward to think about school vouchers and what the Trump administration wants to do with really revitalizing and reimagining how schools and education are funded. Where does that take you? And how, I just would love to hear your take on, as you look at all of that and how it might, impact you, your family, your children.
I mean, I think that there's a lot of issues within public education that need to be fixed. I mean, that being said, I think that there is a lot of recourse for parents, right? You can go to a school board meeting. You can do a FOIA request. You can elect a different school board. I mean, in terms of like school choice, I mean, I think the whole educational pipeline is very captured by a very radical ideology. So, I mean, my question is, well, who funds those schools? Who's going to, how do you make sure that, like, I mean, I don't know. It's all probably above my pay grade, to be honest. I can find the things people be concerned about. I mean, there's a lot of differing opinions, but I think that at the bottom line for parents is that none of this is an easy fix, right? There's no magic bullet for how do you fix the problems within education. I think that the real answer is just normal parents working in their communities to make things better, not just for their kids, but for other kids as well. I think that the battle is going to go, regardless of what happens federally, it's going to be state by state, county by county, district by district. And so the good news is that everyone, while all of us as individuals, I mean, we have the power of our vote, but we're not necessarily going to be creating any policy at the federal level, but everyone does have a voice and everyone has an opportunity to be someone who helps kids in their own community, whether that's through being a coach, whether that's through, serving lunch at a school, or maybe it's, going to school board meetings, whatever it is. I think if we can really all regain that sense of personal responsibility to be good citizens, I think that's what really will make America great.
Amen. So is there anything you want to promote? I always want to give you an opportunity, your next piece or your next steps, what you're doing locally, anything you want to promote?
I think I'm just doing lots of more investigations coming out on gender ideology at the Daily Caller. I always share my articles on my Twitter. Maggie Brock is my Twitter handle, and then also at thedailycaller.com. You can see all the investigations, and we're always putting out new information about gender ideology. And I'm working on a follow-up story for the story I wrote about Planned Parenthood and their sex ed in Pennsylvania schools. So I'll definitely let you know. What happens with that.
Perfect. Meg Brock, thank you so much, Meg. Great
All right,
to catch
thanks,
up.
Dawn.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great local mom. And again, started out filing, as you know, we followed her story, filed those freedom of information requests to her own county, saw some inconsistencies and thought as a taxpayer and as a parent, what the heck is going on? And filed those, ended up her phone blocked. Realized that by her own county where she pays taxes, and then filing those requests, and the county, rather than just give the information that she was requesting, suing her in court. And this has been years now. It's incredible. And this is not unique, by the way, to Bucks County. Remember, Beth Ann Rossica was another one using the courts and becoming activated. So many of you I know love to hear from Meg E. Brock, but check out her work, subscribe, Daily Caller. She does incredible work. And she's an important person who's just always reminding us that we can't just relax and say, oh, well, everything's fine now. No, you can't relax. You've got to watch things carefully, get involved in your own community, like she said. So there you have it. We have a lot of other breaking news around the corner. Want to get to that, but I got to talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Just love the work they've done in my home. Certainly, by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I'd only trust the Chapman family team. Mike and Mark Chapman, they started this business, as you've probably heard me say, in Chester County more than 30 years ago. And their reviews are through the roof. These are men of integrity, brothers. I love the story of the brothers working together, but now they're families as their families have grown and the community. But the regular, what I noticed when they were doing work in my home is, the crews they have, the guys, installing the windows, the doors, they have such a great camaraderie. They take such pride in their work. And that's something you want to look for. And obviously fully vetted, but incredible rave reviews if you look on all the social media sites, and local awards as well. So here's the thing that they also do that I just want to point out and remind you that if you need to replace your old roof, yes, Chapman does that too. They have financing available which can leverage to make sure that your new roof or other remodeling projects become a reality. So whether you or somebody you know, if you're looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, you can give Chapman a call, text them. They're local. They're like-minded, 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour. Look at the before and after photos. Look at their great work. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I am a die-hard Eagles fan. I am so glad to be here.
Hey, introduce your friends real quick, too.
Before you have a heart attack, introduce your family. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Wow. We've been here since 1 p.m. 1 p.m.? Yesterday.
So what made you come down here at 1 p.m. yesterday?
Because we bleed green. How about that? 1 p.m. yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So I love this. Dan, I love it. You love this too. So we got to get to what happened at NASCAR with the fans going crazy over Trump Force 47 as he arrives. Oh my gosh, this is such a treat. And when he gets on the radio, oh my gosh, if you didn't hear this has any president ever done this, Dan?
I don't think so. Just being
awesome.
he was such a part of the show. He wasn't just a bystander or observer. He took the beast for a loop around the track. But Dawn, as he was flying in, NASCAR announcers, they noted a roar of applause because Air Force One flew over the stadium, and they showed a picture of Trump previewing his appearance. Take a listen.
President Trump in Air Force One arriving in time in his limo, the Beast, for opening ceremonies, our national anthem. Actually had a moment to chat with our Jamie Little. I'm sitting here with Jamie McMurray.
Oh, yeah, and the biggest applause we heard all day long, Chris, was when they put Donald Trump's face on the big screen. The crowd went crazy.
Oh, I love to hear that, don't you, Dawn?
It was great.
So then next, Clint Boyer, one of the announcers, actually made a comment, because oftentimes when they do these sports tying to, left politics, there's a lot of Trump hate, but a lot of Trump love here from an announcer, Clint Boyer. Take a listen.
It was a great sight to see all the folks in the stands jumping up, grabbing phones, grabbing cameras as Air Force One did a flyby of the Speedway before landing.
We're very fortunate, Kevin, you and I, this sport's given us everything in our lives. Very fortunate to have a sport that somebody as powerful as the President of the United States of America wants to come and be a part of it, be present. Means a lot to the sport of NASCAR and everybody involved.
It does mean a lot.
It's you think about he's the first to ever attend the Super Bowl, obviously, and now to Daytona Beach, Florida, NASCAR's turn, I guess, to have their own Super Bowl moment, right?
It was such an amazing race, too. Did you watch the race at all?
A little bit.
Okay, the finish, William Byron, a couple spots backed on. A huge crash happens on the final laps, in the overtime lap, and he somehow closely avoids the crash to take the win. An absolutely amazing finish. And just before the race, Trump actually riding in his car, the Beast, notes to the drivers he doesn't know how they can do that kind of stuff. Take a listen.
This is your favorite president. I'm a big fan. I am a really big fan of you people that you do this. I don't know, but I just want you to be safe. You're talented people, and you're great people and great Americans. Have a good day. Have a lot of fun, and I'll see you later.
I love it. I love it.
It's awesome.
So finally,
there's little granddaughter there.
Yep, next to the granddaughter in tow, gives an interview to Fox talking about NASCAR. Take a listen.
Well, I'm joined now by the President of the United States. Mr. President, 5 years ago, we were standing in this very spot. What brings you back to the great American race?
Well, I think it's fantastic. It's great for the country. Our country is doing well again, and we have spirit all over the world. There's spirit again. We brought it back, and it's been less than 4 weeks. So you'll see what we do in a little period of time. It's going to only get better, but this is very exciting.
You brought your granddaughter. I know some of your other family members are here. You get to take a ride around in the Beast. What is that like?
I'll let you know in about 2 minutes, because they're going to be going quite quickly, I understand.
You just got to meet some of the drivers. Are you going to get on the radio again and talk to them before the start of this?
And I say they have a lot of courage doing this. I see it, and I've been here, and they have a lot of guts, as they would say.
How cool is that? And then you see the Beast. It's his black vehicle, armored vehicle, and it's taking the lap around. I don't remember a president. Maybe somebody did that. I don't know, Dan, but I just thought it was so much fun. And it's like he's saying, I admire what you do. I love your sport. You can tell he's just, in that moment, he's a fan. He loves it, and he's celebrating what they do. It's tremendous.
It's at least the first time for Daytona. I can't find any other races that have happened either, but can definitely confirm first time at Daytona for a president to take a lap around the tri-oval.
I don't remember seeing anything like this, honestly.
It's amazing. It
just
really
this
is.
moment, his first appearance here, getting on the radio, and of course, he had to say, "This is your favorite president." I just giggle. I love the guy. I know you do too. Many of you do. 855-839-1210.
Presidential appearances do go back far, even back to Reagan, going to Daytona, and George Bush went as well. But the first time, as you said, a person taking a lap in their presidential limo. Just an awesome image. It really is.
It was so cool. And he's just there, just celebrating what they do. All the fans going crazy, standing up. It's just this patriotic moment, putting America first. I love it. You don't see this anywhere else in the world. So a great American moment. And it's funny how the fans were all cheering, and you played that, Dan, because they know he's here, and they're just psyched for it. Gotta love it. You also gotta love my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And yes, these models with their sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007.
Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth. Not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Developing in Pennsylvania as a court appearance underway in Pennsylvania with a story that it sounds like one of those made-for-TV docuseries. This is crazy stuff involving an apparent leader of a cult group. They're known as the Zizans. This individual under arrest in Maryland, along with a Delaware County native, the daughter of a couple who was murdered, beloved couple in Delaware County. And now we're putting all of this together. So this involves these alleged members of this cult where they're techie individuals in their 20s and 30s. And then all of these crazy murders across America. And so I'm trying to weave this together for you, but there is this court appearance and proceeding where we hope to learn more information. So the alleged cult leader, so there are multiple people. This is 34-year-old Jack Lasota, arrested over the weekend, along with Michelle Zajko. She's 33 years old. She's a native of Delaware County, Media, Pennsylvania. Now, these two so far were charged over the weekend with trespassing, obstructing, and hindering in possession of a handgun in a vehicle, etc. Those charges allowed authorities, state police, to hold them, and then we have the hearing today, okay? But as we put this together and weave all of this together, the story is, like I say, it's an unbelievable story. I did update it earlier this morning, so I'll take you back to it. But essentially, you have a married couple, beloved couple from Delaware County, and they actually owned several properties, rental properties in Alden. And so I had heard from different, friends and family about this couple back when it happened. So they were murdered, shot to death, shot in the head. It was New Year's Eve is when police believe that that's when they were shot. Then somebody said, we're really concerned about Mr. and Mrs. Zajko, can you check on them? So a couple days later, that's when authorities were called to check on them in their home. And that's when this horrible discovery was made. Well, now as we weave this together, it was a murder mystery locally, But it appears that this cult, this group, is at the core of many murder mysteries across the country, including this beloved couple in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. And there was a murder of a Border Patrol agent as well. So this hearing...
It's nuts.
Yeah, you can't make it up. So the murder of, let's see, when we look at Rita and Richard Zazko, okay, they were the ones murdered. And I think that provided, tragically, a crack in the case. Because they said, wait a minute, we've got a match.
Yeah.
We've got a match here. According to Pennsylvania State Police, so far this is what we know, that in fact they believe that the gun that was used to murder an on-duty law enforcement agent, this is Agent David Mayland, okay? This happened where? In Vermont, right up by the Canadian border. So this agent is murdered during a traffic stop that goes tragic, right? But they realized that the gun used to murder him was actually purchased by a person of interest in the murder of our local Delco couple. So the murder of Mr. and Mrs. Zazko. Their daughter was that person of interest. She also was arrested over the weekend in Maryland, according to Pennsylvania State Police.
Are we sure daughter is correct?
That's what I have. Their adult daughter.
Okay, gotcha.
33-year-old Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Michelle Zazko is the daughter of the couple that was murdered in their home.
I was just looking at a mugshot that I couldn't tell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So, yeah, she's the adult daughter of this, like I say, beloved couple, longtime residents. And they were both, like I say, like basically execution-style killing of the parents. But also arrested this 34-year-old Jack Lasota, Berkeley, California, a 26-year-old Daniel Blank from Sacramento, California, and there's some others. They're from all over the country, Dan.
I do have 6ABC timeline on this if you want to hear that, Dawn.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Turn now to a bizarre twist in the murder mystery of a couple found dead in Delaware County back in 2022. The victim's daughter has been arrested in Maryland for trespassing and weapons charges and now tied to a cult-like group. 32-year-old Michelle Zachko was taken into custody on Sunday, along with 34-year-old Jack Lasota, the suspected leader of that cult-like group known as the Zizans. Now, several others in the group have been linked to the death of U.S. Border Patrol agent David Mayland in Vermont, near the Canadian border back in January, and 5 other homicides in different states. But despite these new charges with their daughter, no one has been charged with the murders of Richard and Rita Zachko. The couple was killed back in December of 2022 in their Chester Heights home. And now we are learning that Lasota and the daughter, Michelle, had been taken in for questioning about those murders in 2023, but were never charged with the crime and were then released. Now, this photo from the Delaware County District Attorney's Office shows what prosecutors say was Lasota refusing to cooperate or even open her eyes during booking and was eventually charged with obstructing law enforcement. Her attorney says Lasota is wholly innocent. Now, Lasota allegedly led a violent blog where she described her theory that the two hemispheres of the brain could hold separate values and genders, and she says, quote, often desire to kill each other. A lot of details unfolding about all this. We're still trying to get to the bottom of it. The investigation continues, and once we know more, we'll certainly bring it to you.
So you're exactly right, Dan. So the Lasota, who they refer to as she, who goes by the nickname Ziz, Z-I-Z, but that's born a male, Jack, I think. Maybe identifies as, is there a situation here?
Yeah, it's
identity situation.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and do you remember a couple weeks ago there was reporting by Andy Neo out of the New York Post where he focused on a group of quote radical vegans called the Zizans? He actually a couple weeks ago had an article about these individuals that you and Nick, I remember having some fun with it on the morning show. But yeah, this is that same group that we were talking about a couple weeks ago with Andy Nyo, that these are radical leftist extremists here that have organized online into a cult, kind of a cult where they're pulling and perpetuating violence. It's crazy.
So the 3 murders in a cross-country type investigation are one in California where a landlord was killed. Then there's another one in Chester Heights, Pennsylvania, where the couple that we referred to was killed and their daughter is apparently a member of this cult. And then the other one that just happened in Coventry, Vermont, that was the Border Patrol officer killed. So my read on the situation is that the first murder that happened was in, like I say, New Year's Eve, and it was in 2022. We had the Chester Heights couple that killed. Then the next one that happens is the one out in California. But the third one provides the key link, and that is the gun, because the third situation just happened in late January, just of this year. That happened a few weeks ago, and that was the Border Patrol officer that I talked about who was murdered, who was shot. And so when they got the ballistics back from the Vermont case, that's when they realized they had a match between the firearm, the gun used to murder the Border Patrol agent, and then as well a match to the one all the way back from 2022. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's where I think they've made the link, and with ballistics helping in that. But yeah, this case is just bizarre. And you notice that to Dan's astute point here, nobody is mentioning that the leader, who was born, I think, male, then identifies as female. So there's they're referring to Jack as a she. Is that right?
Yep.
I get this confused. So
yeah, and the AP reporting actually in their timeline, right, in 2016, Jack Lasota, quote, who uses feminine pronouns, a computer program and transgender woman living in the San Francisco Bay Area, starts writing a blog under the persona Ziz with complex and sometimes rambling theories about technology, gender identity, and human cognition. It gets involved in the rationalist movement, a community that seeks to understand human cognition and is concerned with the potential dangers of artificial intelligence, and it spurns from there.
Yeah, the Zizians. So there you go. So we'll probably, they're in court right now. That hearing was scheduled to begin just within the past few minutes here in Pennsylvania. I think it's Allegheny County, I believe. Mm-hmm. So we'll watch that very carefully for you. And, that's why it's great we're live and local, because when we hear more, we, of course, will bring this to you. But then I had read that there may be as many as 5 unsolved murders that have a connection to this cult. So I know.
I sent a text message over to Andy Nyo. Hopefully he can hop on here by the end of the show. If not, we'll have him at some point this week to unfurl what the heck's going on here with the Zizians.
So yeah, the Zizians. And then Greg Stocker earlier, he had me laughing out loud because he said, is that like, at first when I said Zizians, Stocker thought it was like a Tarzan. Like do the Tarzan. Tarzan yell. I was like, no. We wish, right? We wish that whatever happened to those cults that they just used to have fun, Dan. They used to like have sex cults, remember?
Yeah, right. Wear the same shoes,
cults.
matching shoes, right?
Tarzan yells. Who has the best Tarzan yell? What happened?
Strong affinity for fruity drinks like Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah, yikes! Not that. Ooh, Jim Jones. Yikes!
Yeah. IU alumni there.
And then we'll have to get into as well. The only thing we'll have to let you know what, I'll save this. We had a great time on Friday, although it did take me a couple hours to
that took me a couple days to thaw out.
Oh my gosh! But we'll talk about the only real violent incident that occurred during the entire million-plus huge rally that happened, our Eagles rally and championship parade. It was a great day for us last Friday, but we'll get into the latest on the shooting, unfortunately, and it did happen close to where Dan and I and all of us were broadcasting from. So we'll update you on that. 855-839-1210. We will take a quick break and be right back.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
We started out with the breaking news of reportedly an ICE vehicle, Homeland Security government vehicle, that was dumped at Front and South Streets. The word is, although this is not official, but the word here is that maybe the vehicle was stolen and then dumped. A lot of times, car thieves, I will say, when they steal a car, they will torch it to get rid of any fingerprints or anything of that nature. So maybe, is it possible that one of these idiot car thieves actually stole a car and then realized, ruh-roh, this is a government vehicle? You know what I mean?
That'd be crazy.
So I was thinking, Dan, that when we saw that on fire, that was a parked vehicle. Somebody is like trying to make a protest against ICE being present. But what if it's just, you know, like how carjackers, they'll steal a car and a little baby or a little child is sleeping in their car seat in the back. What if this is a case of just, oops, oh, geez, I stole a car that's a government vehicle. Eek, I better torch it so they don't crack down and it's a federal crime. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So maybe it's not at all against ICE.
You just think an idiot
Just
grabbed the wrong car?
Yeah, just a car thief.
That could, wow.
You know, possibly. By the way,
I mean,
DA Larry
doesn't it
Krasner,
benefit the city to essentially sell it that way regardless?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the city, but I think that police are going to report it.
Yeah,
you know, whatever. If it was reported stolen already, then we'll find that out.
It's
by
still
the way,
developing here, yeah.
Yeah, DA Krasner is expected to announce his bid for trying to go for keep his job.
12:30 today, we'll also have Judge Dugan on with Dom to respond to that.
Yeah, Judge Dugan was calling in. He was actually calling in. That was funny on Friday.
That was amazing.
We had so much fun. For those of you, oh my gosh. Friday was just, it was such an honor. It was a blast. But I will say, because we were out there, you know, from 5 a.m. And so my toes and I couldn't feel my feet or my hands by about after, 1 o'clock. It's couldn't even feel them.
I didn't realize I couldn't feel them until I got home and I had a burning sensation as the feeling came back to my hands.
It's oh my
It was terrible.
Gosh. And then we did go to the Polar Plunge, raising money for autism.
Day? Are you crazy?
I did not do the plunge.
Okay, good.
Saw Jason Kelsey was there, so he was at the parade but did not speak on Friday. But he and Kylie and the whole crew, I didn't bother them. So that's my philosophy. Like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
And actually, people were really, because we were like, don't anybody bother the Kelseys. It's like, pass it down because you're on the walk. I did not run it. Some people, like my son's ran. My one son did the run, but he did the walk. But he had his kids there. Obviously Kylie. It was great to see him, but we just all were like, pass it down. Don't bother him. They're up. He's wearing a poncho.
He's a citizen now.
Yeah, leave him alone. And everybody pretty much left him alone, which was nice. Probably helped that their daughter was really crying really hard, so nobody wants to bother like a parent. I know. You know how kids get.
Well, was it cold over at the bar, or did they have... Well, no, they have like a whole festival. They set up food trucks around the corner. And,
it's a wonderful festival, and you can still donate, but it raises a ton of... They raise over $100,000 every year for autism research. And unfortunately, in New Jersey has one of the highest autism rates in the nation, and they've not been able to figure it out. And, you know, I've interviewed researchers many times, and they're so dedicated. But it's you can check them out. But it's Mike's Seafood, Mike and Jeannie Maticetti, my relatives, in-laws, but technically my niece and nephew, technically. So their daughter, Karamia, born with autism. And this family story, if you've never heard me tell this, is that when she was, little and they were trying to explain to them, and Jeannie just said, my niece said, well, I just want to know, will my daughter be able, I'm going to get choked up. Will my daughter be able to tell me she loves me? And they said, it's very unlikely. So the thing in the family, Karamia, I love you. And she goes, I love you.
Oh.
It's really like, oh my God. They're just a beautiful family. And Mikey also, their son is on the spectrum. So 2 of their children, autism. So they do this incredible fundraiser. They give back, and they've really helped to raise awareness that, you know what, don't lose hope, because this is what they were told, when their kids were born, but don't lose that hope. And there are great services, you know what I mean? And so that's really important. So wow. I know, great family. It's just a wonderful story of, a family that has overcome so much, and how much of a blessing their kids are in all of our lives, for sure. So thanks.
You didn't want to do the plunge, though?
I did not do the plunge. Now, one of my little nephews, Tommy, was saying he was going to do it. I don't know. It was cold, Dan, because it was so windy.
Yeah.
It was really
windy. It was sunny, though, right?
It was sunny.
Yeah.
For that, to your point, then by the time we were driving back later in the evening, that's when that snow sleet, mix came. And so thank God it held, the weather held out for us, which was tremendous. Why are you laughing?
No, I just think it's you doing the polar plunge would be an amazing thing to do.
No, Larry.
Yes, Larry doing.
Right?
We got to make that happen next year.
Because he's got the Lair hair. You know what I mean? Larry's got more product in his hair than I've ever had. You know what I'm saying? He's going to kill me. And I guess, did Henry Mashett go? I have to ask Henry if he went.
Yeah, he was talking about going. I don't know if
he was talking about going. So, yeah, the weather held out. So 855-839-1210 if you want to comment either on Friday. Oh, I was going to give you this really quick update. So we did hear about the shooting that we were hearing rumblings about it, Dan, when we were out there, because it happened before 3 o'clock during actually the speeches that were going on. And then later we did learn of an arrest. So you know what it was? It was a fight that happened in the bathroom line, the porta potty line, right near us. Did you know that?
I saw the location. I didn't realize it was a fight in a porta potty line. What are they fighting over?
So they had all these long lines. Why do I look like a genius now? Because I said, even though we had a media bathroom that was like a little nicer, I guess, but I was
that's debatable.
I had 1 cup of coffee all day. I was like, I'm not eating. I'm not drinking. I was like, Dan brought me a little sandwich they were giving out, but I took a bite of it, but I was like, I don't want to, because I didn't want to have to use the porta potty. But so this guy and girl, boyfriend and girlfriend, they jumped the line in the porta potty line. Then one punch was thrown. That was it. It was a punch fest, fist fest. And then one guy is accused of opening fire and shoots these 2 women in their legs. Shoots them. One lady got shot in her thigh. The other one, the lower leg. He's identified as 28-year-old Brandon Ramos of Philadelphia. He's accused of firing those shots right by the parkway, right by the porta potty line, because they were fighting over the porta potties. See? Don't eat or drink, people, unless you've got a diaper or a plan. I'm just saying.
It's like that was what it was over.
I know.
Oh man.
So that shooting, it's scary. It was kind of by the ceremony where they were.
Yeah.
And
that's really close.
Like, right?
Yeah.
And so thank
Did
God.
you hear it?
I heard some kind of a scuffle.
Okay.
Because it was right around, because remember we kept saying they're going to speak around 3.
Yeah.
Now maybe it delayed them. I wonder if it delayed it a little bit. But it was like right before they were to start the speeches. And there was something going on over there. That's what it was. So they had to get the ambulance in. So the 2 women, they're in good condition, hospitalized. So, and that was, when you think of 1 million people, not for nothing, but 1 million plus people, that's the only incident that occurred.
Sarah writes in, oh my gosh, the porta potties were absolutely insane on Friday. It took me 20 minutes in line to wait. A couple girls tried cutting in front of me. I did tell her, not before me. Not surprised there weren't more fights.
Yeah. See, it's always about that.
And Newman writes in, sorry, Dumbo, I'd rather watch you do the polar plunge over Larry.
Maybe next year, if it's nicer. We'll have to get a whole group to go. It's a great event. And yeah, and then they have tents and they have events and they have food trucks. It's a lot of fun. But anyway, if you had a thought about our Friday, we'd love to hear from you. 855-839-1210. We got to take a quick break. We got to talk about my guys from Marvin E. Cans because, of course, keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe for wintertime. This is paramount. And that's why I'm glad I have my guys. Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. They're the best. They're going to help you, whatever your needs are as far as getting your home winter ready, maybe having a tune-up. Marvin E. Cans, 3rd generation owned and veteran founded company. So take my advice. Just call these guys. They're fantastic. Marvin E. Cans, get your furnace checked for winter if you haven't already. If they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high efficiency Trane furnace. Trane is the best, Trane. The saying is, it's hard to stop a train. Just contact them, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
An Arctic air mass remains locked into the Delaware Valley over the next several days. We'll have sunshine and clouds today, still windy and even colder, high up around 30 degrees. Very cold tonight, partly cloudy, low 17 for the city, colder in the suburbs. Mostly cloudy on Wednesday as the storm system passes by to the south, highs again near 30.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I am a die-hard Eagles fan. I am so glad to be here.
Hey, introduce your friends real quick, too.
Before you have a heart attack, introduce your family.
N-E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! We've been here since 1 p.m.
1 p.m.?
Yesterday.
So what made you come down here at 1 p.m. yesterday?
Because we bleed green.
How about that? 1 p.m. yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
So we've been talking this morning about, there's so much going on right now, it's crazy, but we've been talking about this fire, a huge industrial fire that it has been happening since last night in Abington Township. This affects all the Jenkintown schools, all the Abington schools, anybody within that 1+ mile radius of this industrial complex. They make aerospace parts. Hazmat crews on the scene, a lot of concern because of what might be burning there. And
Shelter-in-place order is in effect after a 4-alarm fire at a warehouse in Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia. Witnesses report seeing an explosion in the warehouse in Jenkintown specifically. First responders say schools nearby will remain closed today over fears of possible hazardous fumes. You can see the images there, really intense flames. The building was immediately evacuated and everyone is accounted for. Firefighters were able to contain the blaze after about 10 hours. The cause of the fire is under investigation.
So I know that they said witnesses had reported at least one explosion or multiple explosions. And
Shelter-in-place order is in effect after a 4-alarm fire at a warehouse in Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia. Witnesses report seeing an explosion in the warehouse in Jenkintown specifically. First responders say schools nearby will remain closed today over fears of possible hazardous fumes. You can see the images there, really intense flames. The building was immediately evacuated.
I don't know at this point if they're going to have school tomorrow, if they're clearing that. I know my friend Abington Township Police Chief Patrick Malloy did have a news conference, I believe that happened this morning, mid-morning, but he said the fire escalated overnight. And so even though it started around 10 p.m.-ish last night, it really escalated with those explosions about 1, 2 o'clock this morning. And so whenever you hear the term 4-alarm fire, by the way, what that means is if you have one alarm, it means how many fire companies are called, how much of the apparatus is needed. So when you look at a 4-alarm fire, that means 70 plus fire companies responding to this building overnight. So that's incredible. And also, this was not, even though it was overnight, this was not vacant. There were, I know Chief Malloy had said at least 60 employees were actually inside the building when the explosion or when the fire broke out. And talking about the fact that by the grace of God, everybody was able to evacuate. And at this point, we don't have any reports of injuries. So thank goodness for that as well. But I think the big story moving forward is, what about the air quality is there a runoff issue with regard to water? Because we still do have the melting ice, melting snow, you know what I mean? And so what does that mean? So now they've got the Department of Environmental Protection officials. They're there doing the testing.
I do have audio from Pat Malloy if you'd like that.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
So last night at approximately 9:35, we received calls, 911 calls of an explosion. Within 10 minutes, Chief Glenside Weldon Fire Company arrived on scene, and they were met with multiple explosions, and they quickly entered to make sure there were no employees inside. We learned later that approximately 60 employees were inside, and by the grace of God, not one of them was injured, and they were able to evacuate. This quickly escalated from Weldon Fire Company to multiple alarms. 1 in the morning, a fourth alarm went out. But within 30 minutes, we had a second alarm, and we had 68 different fire companies arrive from around the area. So at this point, there were no injuries to any responding personnel, although we're not sure with those hazardous materials that all of our first responders were exposed to. Thankfully, nobody needed to be treated, but we just have some concerns about that. We put a shelter-in-place order out within 1 mile radius, and that still is in place now. On location in Glenside, we still have Aqua, SEPTA, we have the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, and the federal EAP is down there. We also had responding the Bucks County, Montgomery County, and Chester County's Departments of Public Safety.
Yeah, so the great Chief Patrick Malloy, Abington Township Police Chief. And I should say this, that I had hoped after our event on Saturday to get back in time because of the Police Athletic League there in Abington, which I'm a board member of and long-time board member, which is how I got to know Chief Malloy so well. They had their celebration, their Super Bowl celebration, which had been postponed. They had it Saturday evening. And so I'm so sorry I didn't make it. An incredible event with hundreds of kids as Police Athletic League there. They just have one of the strongest in the region, if not the country, just serving all these kids in the community there. So it was supposed to be the previous Saturday. Then we had that snowstorm that hit. So they postponed it till last Saturday. And then, unfortunately, we couldn't make it. We were supposed to head over there, but we were still making our way back from Sea Isle City with the great autism event with Mike Monachetti and Jeannie Monachetti for the autism event, Polar Plunge. So I know that Chief Malloy had a great time there. He's such a down-to-earth and hands-on police chief, worked his way up, big Catholic family here in Philadelphia, but longtime officer and chief there in Abington. And he's somebody who the kids love him because he just, gets out there and plays, they'll play different ball games, this and that. And he's right out there with him. And that's, I think, the type of, when we think about law enforcement and role models, and you should see these, and it's mostly boys, I will say, these young men and boys, they're out there and they crave male role models. And they have some great programs, by the way, there in Montgomery County and Abington Township with Police Athletic League. Great programs where, young men, even high school teenagers, they can get involved and maybe think about a future in law enforcement. That's my Michael, as I always say, my Michael, but that was part of his inspiration for being now a criminology major at Penn State. So just a really great, close-knit police department. I just love those guys. By the way, the goal here, just wrapping up and looking at the latest from Chief Malloy, the goal here is that they want to reopen schools tomorrow, but they have to get the clearance, obviously, from those folks with the EPA and make sure it's safe, because I was just seeing a chopper shot on one of our cameras. That thing is still smoldering, Dan. It's still black smoke. They've put out the flames, if you will, but it's still smoldering, so they're putting out the hot spots. Investigators will move in. They got to figure out the cause of this thing. And there were some other area businesses, Manor College, I know in Abington Township, they had to shut that down, not just all private and parochial schools. So we'll follow that. It's a huge story for our area as we look at that huge chemical type company fire. All right, 855-839-1210. Do we take a break? And we'll be right back.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm, and there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Dawn Stensland here. Have you thought about being part of the electrified era with a new all-electric vehicle? Whether you're looking for the new Honda Prologue or Acura ZDX, the award-winning Hyundai Ioniq 5, or the luxurious Genesis GV60, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group have you covered. Oh, we can't forget about the spacious Volkswagen ID4 or the thrilling Nissan Aria. With available tax credits, complimentary charging options, and low finance rates, visit your local Piazza dealer now, piazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money. Because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
There's so much developing. Egg farmers, avian flu in the headlines. The head of the FDA's food division has now resigned. The latest resignation after dozens of terminations reported at the FDA. That's going on. And we also have Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as I've been reporting to you all morning, and the Russian foreign minister meeting in Saudi Arabia for talks on ending the war in Ukraine. And, of course, this is a follow-up from President Donald J. Trump telling us last week, speaking out, saying that he was holding those phone conversations, had spoken with the presidents of Russia and Ukraine on the subject, and now we have Secretary of State Marco Rubio dealing with this. So I know, Dan, you had some audio with, this was Waltz, Rubio, speaking about ending the war.
Yep. First, we have Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, talking on in Saudi Arabia, talking about Ukraine and world affairs. Take a listen.
What's important to understand is two things. The first is the only leader in the world who can make this happen, who can even bring people together to begin to talk about it in a serious way, is President Trump. He's the only one in the world that can do that right now. The second thing I would say is that in order for a conflict to end, everyone involved in that conflict has to be okay with it. It has to be acceptable to them. But we have to understand that it's been 3.5 years since there's been any sort of regularized contact between the United States and Russia, and in some cases between any of the participants in this conflict and Russia. So the goal of today's meeting was to follow up on the phone call the President had a week ago and begin to establish those lines of communication. The work remains. Today is the first step of a long and difficult journey, but an important one. And President Trump is committed to bringing an end to this conflict, and as he said when he campaigned for president. And he wants it to end in a way that's fair. He wants it to end in a way that's sustainable and enduring, not that leads to another conflict in 2 to 3 years. That's not going to be easy to achieve, but he's the only one in the world that can begin that process. Donald Trump is the only leader in the world that could initiate that process, and today was the first step in that process.
Yeah, and so what I also notice is, you know who else is there, is somebody who has been so instrumental and obviously has the trust of Trump, and that's Steve Witkoff, is right there at the table with those Saudi officials as well as Russian officials. And so you see them, they're meeting, they're Saudi Arabia, obviously they're in Riyadh, that's the host, if you will, but you just to paint the visual for you, this big, long, wooden, rectangular shaped table that they're meeting at. And then you see the different players, if you will, but you have U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and they've apparently that meeting with those talks lasted more than 4 hours there in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. And apparently the latest that we're getting, and I'm looking across multiple sources and news releases, it looks like they're saying that they agreed on at least 4 different principles. So they have a basic agreement on the table, which is, even though he said we have a lot of work to do, but you see Waltz there, you see Rubio, and then you see Steve Witkoff, who, as you know, was instrumental in the release of Mark Fogel. He was involved in that negotiation that was critical, Marco Rubio as well. But you're seeing the same players. If you think about Witkoff and his involvement in, yes, the hostage, the hostage releases, and that involves obviously the Hamas hostages. And I had seen the story this morning, the devastating story of Hamas and their just a blunt, ugly way of releasing this information. Do you remember the little redheaded, the youngest hostages, the little boys, the redheaded hostages and their mommy? And I'm so sad to see that this morning that the Hamas terrorist leaders, they're confirming that the youngest hostages, Kiffer, and Ariel Bibas and their mom, they are dead. That's the confirmation that we have this morning. Their bodies, they've agreed, will be returned to Israel for a proper burial this week. Remember Kiefer Bibas, he was the baby. He was 9 months old. And so if they were alive right now, they would be 2 and 5. And their mom also killed. Their mom's name, Sherry. So their grieving families will at least get their bodies, returned for burial. So I guess the latest from Hamas is that they have promised that they will return, 6 hostages. And some of these hostages held for years, not just the hostages still being held from October 7th from that situation, but they're promising 6 live hostages. Dan, I don't understand it because I remember Trump saying he wants everybody at once.
Yep.
So I wonder if all of this together, thinking about Rubio and Steve Witkoff, the same players involved, you know what I'm saying, in the hostages in Israel, I'm just wondering if there's a bigger picture as well, if we're going to see all the hostages from Israel. Just end this.
Yeah, here's what he had to say, if I can cue this up real quick.
Mr. President, when you say all hell is going to break loose, are you speaking about retaliation from
You'll
Israel?
find out, and they'll find out too. Hamas will find out what I mean.
Mr. President,
They're going to find out what I mean. These are sick people, and they'll find out what I mean Saturday at 12 and 12.
So that was a week ago. So Saturday came and went, right? Because that was before this past Saturday. And now you imagine the one who has to say, Mr. President, the baby's dead. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden they go, oh, yes, we're confirming that. We promised we're going to give 6 hostages. I think that they've got to be a little panicked because he's got people over there. I think this thing is done. I think they're saying, return these Jews. You return them right now. That's it. That's
all hell must be paid if they don't release the hostages.
Well, do I have to define it for you? Look, all hell will break out. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone.
Say, it's such a stupid, you sound like an idiot when you say, can you elaborate? I know they're trying to get him to say more, but he's Trump. He's going to talk more. You know what I mean? So I just think that they know that and they've seen that. And I just predict this is the last week of this crud. It's right now. I think Trump and his people over there, Steve Witkoff, you have Marco Rubio there. They're putting pressure with everybody else. We're going to get this done. But this is a huge accomplishment on the other front. And that is that they got them at the table, first and foremost. Understand that's critical. That's number one. Number two, they've gotten them to agree on some basics. And that's critical too. So thank God we're going to see peace. And look, for those of you who have family over, especially in Ukraine, I understand that you want to adjust peace because of the lives lost. But at this point, the bloodshed cannot go on. This is more than 1 million casualties. I mean, and as Trump had said when he talked about this, he said, you're going to learn later because he gets the briefings. We don't know all of the details, but we're going to learn about this a horrifying situation, and that will impact people for generations to come. Obviously, lives lost on both sides, but for Ukraine and all of those families, because remember, they got the women and kids. They tried to get them out or to safety, and the men and the boys, teenage boys, they all fought. How many were killed? Oh, my God. It's just sick.
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Dawn.
What the president did not find acceptable was an endless war in Europe that was literally has turned into a meat grinder of people on both sides. So if you just think about just in a few months, President Trump has shifted the entire global conversation from not if the war is going to end, but just how it's going to end. And only President Trump can do that. And in the Oval Office less than a week ago, both President Putin and President Zelensky both said to him, only you, President Trump, could drive this war to a conclusion.
Thank you. And he's exactly right. Now think about what we talk about every day. And by the way, this afternoon, Trump is signing more executive orders. And so it's just this steamroller, if you will. I mean, he's just a force. We talk about Trump Force 47. He is a force. And the conversation is all about but the conversation is in the wake of what he has already done. And so you see people trying to react to him in real time. Speaking of which, the breaking news within minutes ago, we have this federal judge in D.C. had hinted yesterday that she might not throw some immediate roadblocks up to Elon Musk's, looking into the Doge and looking into the nation's government agencies where the Doge team have accessed what they say are sensitive data. So in this case, we did have the judge, it looks like, and this is U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan. Remember her? She said at a hearing she needed to see more evidence of imminent harm before she would grant any request by a group of states for that temporary restraining order to halt Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency team, the Doge team, from entering federal agency data systems and then prohibited their making those personnel decisions about federal employees. So we're supposed to hear at a ruling today from Chutkan. We'll see. But it sounds like from the most recent hearings about this, she wants the evidence. And especially with the headlines, and that's why I think it was critical when Musk put out the word of 4.7 trillion that's unaccounted for. You start looking at what they're looking into. They're trying to track taxpayer dollars spending. So that's a piece of this. I don't know that this is going to happen. They're hopeful in all these different states with the attorneys general that they're trying to stop Doge and Elon Musk. I don't think they're going to get their way, but we'll see.
Some reaction on MSNBC as Doge continues to uncover more and more spending here. The Social Security Administration paying $71.8 billion in improper payments. Here's MSNBC's reaction to that news, Dawn.
There was an Inspector General audit last year that showed over an 8-year period, the Social Security Administration made almost $72 billion in improper payments, a little less than 1% of payments in that time period. Now, the report also says that most of these improper payments were overpayments, not payments to deceased people or people who didn't qualify to receive these payments. At the same time, Jose, this effort by Doge is to go through this agency like every other and try to weed out waste and fraud.
Yeah, I mean, and also $72 billion, and that's without a comprehensive search. I mean, that's significant.
It's ridiculous. So what's on tap today? Trump scheduled to sign more executive orders this afternoon. And then as well, the Senate will vote this evening on Howard Lutnick's nomination to be Trump's Commerce Secretary. Obviously, Lutnick with many ties to our region locally. And then we know that there should be some another procedural vote on Kash Patel's nomination for FBI director as far as the cabinet being filled. So there's a lot on a national scope. It impacts us locally. And I just was being sent, remembering today, February 18th, the end of watch for Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald. And we are praying for you, Marissa, for the children, for the entire family, and local police community, not just Temple Police, but our local law enforcement community. We're always with you, support you. Thank you for your service as we think about this young, vibrant father, husband taken from us at close range in such a violent manner. And we still think of you and demand justice. But Marissa, we're with you today for sure, and the children. Dom Giordano Show. Dom, man, what a busy Tuesday it is.
Oh, yeah, Larry Krasner announcing on my show at 12:30. We think he timed it that way. Judge Pat Dugan will be here and will play his, split screen reaction to Krasner's announcement that he's going to be a foil against Trump. Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Can't wait for that. The Dom Show, another good one coming up.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, good Tuesday, everyone. It is Dom time. As we said, Larry Krasner announcing a three-peat. That'll be the side question today. He's announcing at 12:30. But I want to go national, and I have sound here that is so apropos of where we are at this point. This is New York Times lead person, Mara Gay. She's on The Big Show, Morning Joe, and she's talking on Morning Joe about how dumb the average American is. Now, she doesn't say that, but that's the gist of it. The idea that somehow or another the average American doesn't get it, what Trump is doing to them at this point, and how all this will explode. It's kind of a broader concept of the subtext, which is the idea that our airspace, even in Toronto, should be blamed on Trump. So here's she's on with Jacques Lemaire on Morning Joe. Here's what she says about the broad picture of things, and then I want to get your reaction.
Well, first of all, there is a pretty good legal case that Elon Musk should not even have access to be carrying out this purge that he is. And secondly, I would say that we have zero transparency, really, into how this is being done. Really, I think the message that the American people need to be hearing more is like all of this is being done, this slashing and burning, to essentially prepare the country for Donald Trump's tax cuts to the wealthy. And there's got to be a way to pay for that. And what's going to happen is that everyday Americans in their everyday lives are paying for it already. We're seeing it in, government services that are going to suffer already. We've been seeing that the FAA is really not up to the mark at the moment. They're being gutted. Medicaid, Medicare, every part of the government that touches Americans' lives is about to be impacted. And it's not clear yet that there's a broad realization of this outside of Washington, D.C., but it's coming. And I think that's one of the questions that I have just as a journalist right now is, do everyday Americans in the rest of the country understand that this is going to impact their lives in ways they can't even imagine yet? That's part of our job, is to explain that this is not just about government workers in Washington. This is about the IRS. This is about people's tax returns. This is about people's Social Security. Nothing is secure right now, and the government is not being remade to be efficient. This is an effort to destroy it.
Okay, now let's unpack all that, and you can get in at 855-839-1210. First of all, these things are wildly popular. In other words, all the polling, even people that took a chance on Trump, who used to be with Biden and voted for this, they are on board with this, and they are saying they're happy at this pace and what they see happening, and they're believers. Well, they're dopes. They're not insiders like this New York Times columnist. But she said something else there that I wanted to talk about. She's claiming it's not about efficiency. Now, a large part of it is about efficiency. But also, I think Trump was elected not to, in her words, destroy government, but to rein in government, to push government around, particularly the federal government, which pushes around our lives. What's wrong with that? Now, politicians may not want to say that. The Trump people may not want to say that, but we can say it. That's exactly what people want. Yes, it's spending our money, but it's just the status quo, the control they have, unelected, administrative state, pointy heads, etc. That's also why people are happy about this. They're happy to see federal employees writ large, not every single one of them, be pushed around in this. This woman's telling you, though, why would you be happy about that? They're the good guys. They're there to protect your life. Now, a little hard to say, but I'll say it this way. With the FAA, with air traffic control and all that, I'm going to play you an NBC guy here in a second, in which he more than suggests, this will be cut 18, he more than suggests that Trump has some responsibility for that crash in Toronto. So when I hear, at least fairly reliably, say on Fox and a couple of other places, they're looking at even some cuts in the FAA. I don't think they're air traffic controllers or anything like that, but for now, the FAA would be a group I would be cautious with for public opinion, reassure people, etc. That would be a place I'm not necessarily going to be talking about cuts now, just because this is a touchy subject, ultimately. But they're not cutting. In fact, they're trying to recruit air traffic controllers. That's not on the chopping block. That's not what we're looking at. But here's NBC, more than suggesting, well, people are worried with what's going on at the FAA. What did that have to do with the crash in Toronto? Cut 18.
I did want to, underscore, to pick up on the conversation you were just having, though, in terms of the recent string of aviation incidents, Tom. This is going to, yet again, raise the concern about FAA staffing, air traffic control staffing. Now, this is a Canadian air traffic control tower, and this is under Canadian authority once it crosses the border. And yet, as you know, there has been this talk about maybe staff cuts at the FAA as a part of President Trump's effort to trim down the federal workforce. And yet, as you also know, the FAA has been complaining for years that they are understaffed in critical job positions, especially air traffic control. I was having a conversation with somebody today about whether air traffic control in America is being affected by the staff cuts. So far, not to their knowledge, and yet other positions related to maintaining critical equipment appear to have been cut. So this is going to feed into all of these recent incidents, and the safety of the total air traffic system is going to be very much a part of the conversation as we go forward, at least on this side of the country, of the border, I should say.
All right. So, again, I'd play it smart with this. There's no evidence of that. Of course, this is in Canada that we have the crash. How in the world are we going to scare people and say this is due to cutbacks or threats of cutbacks or something of that nature? It's not. But again, I go easy on the FAA. I want to get at the military budget at this point as a way to bring all people again and really push the ball down there, because there'll be a lot of things here that people have to agree on. But as far as I can tell, there's certainly no cuts on air traffic controllers or anything like that. Let that alone for now. All right, you got other bigger fish to fry here and move forward on this. Now, with all this money, and again, this is in the trillions, potentially. Now, I don't know that we've unearthed trillions yet. Interesting thing, this will be cut 20 on Fox, talking about, and this would be a master stroke, not just the tax cuts, that's coming, that's down the road, but a tax refund. In other words, people get some money back since we're saving all this. We're pulling it in like the $59 million for illegal people in New York in luxury hotels. Let's sprinkle that back. Here's how it sounded on Fox.
Can I get a number for that, Dom? Sorry about that.
Cut 20.
This is from a viewer who reached out to me. She's in Cape Coral, Florida. And she says, Harris, could the government give all the taxpayers a refund from the money they're finding that went to places it never should have gone?
Yes, that is the next step, and that is the next natural step. When you are finding all of this money, when you are taking it back, when you are cutting off future streams of funding, give that back to the American people. Then you will see the economy absolutely explode, and people will once again be able to take out new loans and start new businesses and all the wonderful things that follow when they have more of their own money.
Okay, so yeah, that ought to be something that would really, really make people believe, wow. But all the polling, all the instincts, people are happy that this is happening. They're buying into the idea that billions have been unearthed, have been found. Now, we'll fight over each and every dollar, but imagine having to defend this and say it's not $1 trillion, it's only $500 billion. Imagine having to do that. They are completely out of touch with the average American. So what are they going to tell the average American? Well, you're not going to be able to fly. You might die because of what they're doing. You happy with that? Your kid's going to die of peanut allergies in schools because they're not doing something else. You're going to die all over the place. Now they're going after examining the student loan stuff. And this is going to cause a reverberation among Democrats. All right, this just has to be handled carefully. That's why I said, note of caution with the FAA. There's no evidence of air traffic controllers, anything else. But it's better to stay away from that. Let's move on to some of the bigger targets here. Let's reassure people with this. Let's not let them get a field goal on the scoreboard here by going down this path. Got a lot of sound from the protesters yesterday, including a new song. But coming up, what does the NFL fear most? You will not believe this. It's at least according to a news report today, and we're trying to get somebody on this. What keeps them up at night? Not being able to get a gazillion dollars. If you saw the parade, saw our coverage, you were there, you can tell they're going to get a gazillion dollars. People want NFL football, particularly in places like Philadelphia, maybe 10, 12 other cities. There's nothing like it. It's come back. It was on the ropes a hair there with all the protests and all that for just a brief period of time, but it's back in unbelievable position. So what is it, though, that has them concerned that they don't have an answer for? I'll tell you what that is, and think New Jersey as a clue. But Larry Krasner in about 19 minutes, and imagine, he knows this is the day that Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald was assassinated at close range, allegedly by this maniac from Buckingham, Pennsylvania, over at Temple, after he had been wounded, as I understand it, then at close range killed. Krasner, though, is in the mode. He knows this is a real race against the judge that we have on, Pat Dugan, at 12:30. So even this is the day, even though he knows we're going to link these two, couldn't he say, out of deference to this, I'm not announcing today, I'll wait till Wednesday? No, not with Larry Krasner, not with the mob that's behind him. They don't care about anything. They're not linking anything. He didn't have anything to do with it. Of course he had a lot to do with it and continues to have a lot to do with it. So the side question today, though, this will be a three-peat for Larry Krasner, meaning third term. First one, crowded field. What was it? 7 Democrats. He had all that money. Second one, substandard opponent. Jumped the ship on us, told, hey, don't go on that talk radio anymore. Hey, Carlos, how did that work out, buddy? Now we have a real contender this time. So we're looking for something that's either a trio or we are looking for something that comes in a 3 because that's a pattern. People speak, even if they have to fudge and add one, like Constitution, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, like our American dream, or something like past, present, future. It works in 3s. If you're Christian, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I think that all Christian faiths would say. I'm not sure about the Holy Ghost. All right, so you can hit us with a trio, a famous trio. It's all in the call, though. It's all in the twist of it. Think of something, a three-peat, 3 in a series, or a trio. All right, Henry, do you have one?
Yeah, you know what? Why not Alvin and the Chipmunks? I've seen that look of red, blue, and green be adopted on the sidelines of college football teams in order to relay the plays into the team now. If you ever noticed, I think Texas A&M does it. There's quite a few schools, big-time college football, that essentially dress like Alvin and the Chipmunks to relay a play out to the players. It's pretty funny.
That is an interesting way to be seen in the crowd. Okay, Dan, what's yours?
Yeah, how about giving birth 3 times to 3 incredibly talented individuals? That's the mother of the Jonas Brothers. But then there's a 4th brother, so I don't know. And the 4th brother is not really as public as the other 3. But how about the trio of the Jonas Brothers, an all-time generational music group that provided some soundtrack, the first dance for me and Maisie's at our wedding.
All right, so I would say 3 Musketeers, too, is another trio.
Okay, take one more off?
Yeah, go ahead.
How about those that started the big 3 in the NBA? Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen?
Right.
I actually have one more.
Oh, what do you have?
A better one.
What's that?
Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle.
Oh, the starter
original
Pokemon.
3 starters in the Pokemon video games and series.
I love it.
All right, so hit us with a trio or something that's in a pattern of 3. That's a side question. Get your reaction to Larry Krasner. And look, even Krasner, don't you know this is a day they're memorializing, there's a candlelight vigil and all that for Chris Fitzgerald. You can't have a better family. You can't have a better story. You can't have a better case for the death penalty. I mean, that's all extraneous to me, too. Not that they're just a great family. Not that he was a dad, a superlative cop. Not that he was assassinated. Not that the race thing, they can't use that. I'm for the death penalty whenever you take someone's life and it fits first-degree murder. I don't care what it is, when it is, you have to be put down. That's the way it works. But Krasner's never going to do that. So he's running on being a foil to Trump and to go after Trump and his billionaires. Think about that. And he wants to get at the root causes of crime. I will tell you what he says the root cause of crime is, and we'll ask the judge about that. But your calls are next. Get in on the side question. Also in Krasner and that Mara Gay saying that Americans don't get it. Are you fearful of anything? Are you afraid to fly now? I mean, I would go easy on the FAA thing. You don't need to charge ahead on all this. Charge ahead on the military budget. Fort Knox, the feds. Those are things I'd like to see instantly. 855-839-1210.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Trust PJ.com today. That's trustpj.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Better than birds of a feather, you and me.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. You got the side question. Something in a series of 3 or a trio. Larry Decay today announces, and we'll go to some of that, a three-peat. What does he say is the root cause of crime? Now, at least he didn't say, as he said in the past, poverty. He says we need mental health services, job training, and educational choices for people who are most readily wanting to commit crimes. Aren't those there already? How about deterrent, though? All right, I get the carrot side. You say to me, well, recreation helps. I never thought midnight basketball was a good idea. I think it encourages a lot of other things. But if you're saying getting people in leagues and play, I'm on board with that. So are you. What about the stick part, which is, hey, you do this, here's what's going to happen with certitude, including the death penalty. So some kind of job training is going to stop people from shooting each other, Larry. We'll ask the judge about it at 12:30. Now, Axios says today, ask NFL executives their biggest fear. It has nothing to do with fans, players, or TV rights. It's the D word, drones, which are hard for authorities to track and almost impossible to stop if ever unleashed on an open-air stadium. Ask U.S. intelligence experts their biggest fears, and they'll inevitably hear dire warnings of drone swarms, domestic or foreign. Probe deeper, says Axios, and you'll learn that the vast majority of these drones are made in China and therefore conceivably controllable by America's greatest, they say, adversary enemy. TikTok is accused of being a security threat, but it can't spy or drop bombs. Well, it can spy, but that's another thing. Look at the skies of Syria, Russia, or many squinted and said, New Jersey, and you see what we're talking about. So Axios, in this expose, says, when they talk to the NFL, they go, yeah, what are we going to do if we're hit with this drone situation? And I'm not satisfied. Are you? We haven't talked about it for, I guess, weeks. About the drone thing over in Jersey. I'm not going to drop it just because at the first press conference, it was a moment for her. Caroline Leavitt said, oh, yeah, don't worry about the drones. No, not good enough. Here you have the NFL saying, yeah, what would we do? Is the NFL going to have a plan to shoot drones down if they get over an NFL game? I bet they're talking about it. I bet they're saying we got to do something. I just thought it was, and they actually have a guy we're trying to get on who is plugged into this and how real of a threat people think this is in various modalities, not just national defense or whatever, but all kinds of things that might be out there. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. And what is the root cause of crime? You know, we go back to this all the time. And I make the point, if it really were poverty, wouldn't we be even more overwhelmed? Philadelphia, what, in the 20s, usually low 20s of people below the poverty line. All those people are not committing crimes. They're certainly not murdering each other. So Krasner's spin, crimes caused by mental illness. And again, you may have people that are not fully functional. I get that. But we come back to the whole mental illness thing. And if you kill someone, are they mentally ill? Like the Buckingham guy. Was he mentally ill when he allegedly stood over and assassinated Chris Fitzgerald? Not in my mind. All you need is enough rationale to know what you're doing, to know good from evil, to know that you're going to kill someone here. And that's a very low standard, and you get the death penalty. But just picture Krasner in his office. On a day like this, I cannot believe that they don't know that. It's widely publicized. Candlelight event at Temple tonight for him at 6:30, I think. Do they not know that? Would it not be better to stand down out of respect? No, I'm not going to do that. I am not going to do that. And the people that support Krasner, they're behind stuff like that. It's not just him. He's out of control. It's the support groups. These people like Kevin Bacon that we play when he got the Peabody Award, Krasner. Isn't it amazing to see him take on the system? How original. Yeah, buddy, let's come out from your walls and your guards and everything else. Let's take you to Broad and Glenwood at midnight. Have you walk home. See if you think he's that big of a genius. All right, so we'll talk to Judge in a couple minutes here. But once again, this is a big moment. And I think this guy, this judge, has a real shot at defeating Krasner. Unlike in the past, you know, the first time around, there was no shot. All the money he had and the fact he had 6 other people in the race, you weren't going to stop it. Are people finally tired of it? You know, we talk all the time about the Trump phenomena and some of the changes that's happened. Penn is getting rid of its DEI programs. Penn. There are big things happening. Or is Philadelphia going to double down and really think that Krasner is a foil to Trump, particularly with illegal immigration? We need Larry Krasner more than ever. All right, let's go to Bill in Palmyra. Bill's first in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom, Dan. Great side questions. I thought I'd be an early bird special. Maybe it'll bring me a little luck.
Okay.
But my answer is the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, I would say it's bigger than baseball's Triple Crown, which used to be pretty big, but you don't hear about it. Yeah, that's a very good one. Yeah, the Triple Crown, and you say that, people think racing. Carol, this is something Joe of Exton would say, but it's a great one. Carol in Somerton, welcome in. What's yours, Carol?
Veni, Vidi, Vici. Caesar's great statement when he took over the Asia Minor there. And you know what? It reminds me of Trump. He could say the same thing.
Watch it, though. I came, I saw it, I conquered. It's not going to go over as easily as it did for Caesar. And Caesar came to a bad end. You know, beware the Ides of March. We're coming up with
let's hope not. You know?
But I remember that in Latin class with Father Leo out of Savage, who was called the buzzard at St. John Newman.
Yeah, geez.
Veni, Vidi, Vici. That's a very good one to start. All right, 2 good ones to put on the board. 855-839-1210. Here's what we're going to do now. We're monitoring the Kras. He's going to start his announcement speech around 12:30 on the day. I'm not sure when he died, when he expired, Chris Fitzgerald, but close to that time, the man who's the guardian of Gotham City will announce his third time at the plate, a three-peat. We'll be talking to Judge Pat Dugan, former paratrooper judge, and I know someone who believes in rehabilitation, and rehabilitation is fine. But what about deterrence? Macy's today, story in the Inquirer, shoplifting, drives people nuts. At least 280 reports Macy's in downtown Philadelphia filed last year. I probably got tired of filing some of them. So it tells me when they filed those 280, those were probably for bigger items. So while the judge is on with us, we'll cut in, think of a split screen here with Larry Krasner as he announces that he wants to do it to Philadelphia again for a third time. That's coming up here on the Dom Giordano Show. February is American Heart Month. It's a great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating healthy, heart-friendly foods, and also being mindful of your dental health. Did you know that plaque can build up, can actually lead to bacteria growth, which sometimes leads to conditions like endocarditis or arterial sclerosis? So now's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist, more importantly, my dentist, my guy, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz works with hundreds of patients to not only improve their smiles and their confidence, but even more importantly, to maximize their oral health to help improve their overall health. Just like heart disease can strike at any age, so can dental challenges. But whether you have a dental challenge or not right now, now's a great time to get with the best. If you have concerns about any of this, get that free consultation. You'll see what I'm talking about, the care that I get with Dr. Bentz. 610-272-6949, or visit them at bentzdentalgroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big gas. Today's side question, three-peats, 3 in a series. Krasner, Dugan, Tinker to Evers to Chance, Krasner to Dugan. Former Judge Pat Dugan, we'll call him Judge. That's the way it works. It's lifetime. Former paratrooper, someone who has been, as a judge, about rehabilitation when possible. That's what Krasner says he's running on. That, and to take on Donald Trump. Curious, huh? Let's go to Judge Patrick Dugan. Judge, welcome to the big day. We may dip in and get your reaction to some of the things Larry Krasner says here in a moment.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Well, Judge, so listeners know we've talked a little bit about your background and years as a judge. I saw in the Krasner announcement, the release, Judge, he says the root cause of crime is apparently mental illness, lack of ability to get job training or education. I mean, we can always do better at those things. You've done all kinds of unusual courts of this, that, and other to give people a second chance. But isn't one of the key ingredients deterrence, carrot and stick?
Yeah, you need to have accountability. And yes, when we go back to the root of crimes, what causes people to do things, yes, we could peel that onion back and we could see that people have had mental health issues. They had problems as kids. They don't have a good job and all that. And we can help those who deserve an opportunity, which we do in diversion courts, help people find jobs, et cetera. But people have to be accountable. We can't just let people have excuses for why they run around with guns, shooting people, hurting people, assaulting people. There has to be accountability. If we can address the issues of economics and mental health before they get into a criminal courtroom, that's the best solution. If we could start doing that from the cradle, that's how we can deter it. But when people are running around committing crimes, at some point there has to be accountability. Again, diversion programs, they do work. I've done them. We get recidivism rate below 10% with this holistic approach to criminal justice, restorative justice, which, oh, by the way, this progressive DA does not back those programs. He's destroyed those programs. You'll have to ask him why. I believe in them, but I also believe that you're going to walk into Wawa and steal stuff. You're going to walk into Home Depot and walk out with, $499 worth of tools, or walk out at Best Buy with a TV. You need to pay for it. Otherwise, you need to be held accountable. That hasn't occurred in these last 7 years. It doesn't make sense to me. Common sense says you got to have accountability. I don't care what your excuses are. We can address some of those issues, but you still have to be held accountable.
And Judge, I don't know if you want to comment. I've been commenting on this, so feel free to. This is the day that Officer Chris Fitzgerald, Sergeant Fitzgerald, was gunned down, killed, assassinated at close range. And in the course of this, you would think you could put off announcing today until tomorrow, since there's a candlelight ceremony, et cetera. Any comment on that? And you can make that point. I'd like to announce today, but you know what? This is the day to remember him.
The only thing that I would say is that it's amazing that we have men and women like that officer who are willing to put on the badge and try to protect and serve the citizens of Philadelphia, whether it's on the Philadelphia Police Department, the University of Pennsylvania, Temple University, because what we ask them to do, besides protect us from crime, they have to be social workers. They have to handle some of the hardest situations in the world. He was out there doing nothing but protecting those students and those neighbors from people coming up to rob them and hurt them. And he laid down his life for the citizens of Philadelphia. He should be saluted every day for the rest of our lives. We should never forget those men and women who are willing to get between those who wish to cause us harm. So I salute him, and I want to give a virtual hug to his family anytime that I think about them.
Here's a cut. Krasner has announced Judge Patrick Dugan with us. He says that DA, and we'll play it for you, Judge, has a new meaning, democracy advocate.
As district attorney of Philadelphia, DA is a phrase that used to have one meaning. It meant district attorney, and now has two. The first one is district attorney, where we work every day to try to be fair and sort out some of the most difficult issues, difficult problems you can have in criminal justice. But DA has come to have a new meaning that I never expected in the last 7 years, and that is democracy advocate. We will get to that. If any of you are feeling like what's happening in Washington has you down, has you frightened, has you immobilized, you don't know what to do, well, I suggest this. I suggest we turn to each other, not on each other. And if we turn to each other, then there's a couple of wannabe oligarchs and there's a wannabe dictator who are going to figure out there's more of us than them. And they have a problem. Here's the reality. We are going to win. This is like a disease. The fever is going to break. And when that fever breaks, as it has, we are going to be there to make sure that this country continues on its course, that it corrects that course when it gets off, and that we get to the right place. But let me start.
All right, essentially, vote for me now. Judge, do you see that as your purview, or do you think it's a big enough job? I mean, I've seen in some of your comments, allegedly homicides down, but you make the fact that in 7 years, 3,000 plus people have been killed in Philadelphia, and I think about 10,000 or so wounded, sometimes severely.
Yeah, so the last I looked, today's the petitions. So petitions have started in Philadelphia where you have to sign, if you're a registered Democrat, you have to sign a petition to say you're one of 1,000 voters who would like Dugan or Krasner on the ballot. And the last I looked, there's two people who are going to be doing petitions. It's Larry Krasner and it's Pat Dugan. I don't know if Donald Trump is sending petitions around running for DA or not. It truly is. This is a local election about the safety in Philadelphia, about helping small businesses stay open while people come in and try to take the merchandise off with no repercussions. It's about trying to save the young people in our city who are being gunned down, usually by fellow young people. We need to address that locally. That is what this race is about. It's about safety, accountability, being smarter about how we prosecute. I'm not sure, he's making it a national issue. Yeah, there's things out there that people can talk about, but this is about the safety of Philadelphia, and that's what I'm running on. I'm running on the incompetence in that office. I'm running about the lack of leadership. I'm talking about the 70% withdrawal rate at times coming out of that office. That's what this election is about.
Hey, Judge, I take your point, too. As you know, I'm a law school dropout, but so I follow this stuff. And I can't see many lawyers worth their salt that have hung around with Krasner. There have been countless cases that make the news where he sends in people that are ill-equipped to deal with top-flight district defense attorneys of one sort or another. I mean, it's bad enough how good some of these guys are, and I don't always agree with whom they're defending. And you throw them into the ring with some of the people, Krasner, it's almost like you're throwing the fight.
So it's almost like having the world champion, Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles playing against the Little Sisters of the Poor. And I don't mean to disrespect. There are some very good attorneys in that office. but so many of them are ill prepared, and they're ill prepared because they're not trained. Generally speaking, they don't have the mentorships that they used to have. They don't have the boot camp that they used to have. So these folks coming from all these law schools around the country, they're not local. We don't bring in kids from young people from Temple or Drexel or Widener or Rutgers Camden anymore. He goes for these law schools all over the country. They come in and they're going against these fantastic defense attorneys, and they have no clue what they're doing. As a judge sitting up there, it is really scary that that's the quality that are coming into our courts to protect our citizens, to help us assist in what's going on in the streets of Philadelphia. It truly is embarrassing. I plan on hiring folks from Temple Law School, Rutgers Camden Law School, Widener Law School, because they'll be invested in our community, and they will not leave the office in droves. He's had classes of DAs come in here, and 80 to 90% of the class eventually leaves because they realize what they're doing and they don't know what they're doing.
Judge, one more cut from Larry Krasner announcing. He mentions he's heard for a long time if we lock everybody up, things will get better. Here's what he said.
Doing justice has made us safer, but there's another side to it as well. It has also made us freer. It has made us safer and freer all at the same time, all at once. And that is what we should want from a prosecutor's office. That's what we should want from our government, that it makes us safer and it makes us freer all at the same time. The district attorney's obligation is to seek justice. That is the oath. That is what we're supposed to do. That's a little vague. It's not real obvious. But it is most assuredly not to win at all cost and not to cheat to get there. It is most assuredly not to put innocent people in jail in the place of the guilty ones who committed that crime. So it takes some effort. We have all been told for the longest time that if you just locked everybody up, we'd all be safe. Well, it turns out that don't work. That has never worked. When you lock everybody up, you take away so many things that actually will make us safer.
All right, Judge, we've heard this before, but he's been effective. He hasn't been in the ring with someone with the background that you have and support. But, every time I have my shot here with this, he's essentially appealing to some people out there who maybe have a relative or something like that that's committed a crime. And the idea is we're locking everybody up, mass incarceration. That's not going to make us safe. And there's a grand thing when he, quote, brings somebody home. Yet these communities are under fire day and night of all types of criminal behavior that seems to be unexplainable.
So I don't think there's a person in your audience that would agree that you should cheat to convict somebody. I don't think there's anybody that would agree that we should go ahead and break the law to convict somebody. But he talked about his oath. He needs to look at his oath and take it seriously. He's the district attorney of Philadelphia to enforce the law and protect our citizens. He seems what he's doing is not to prosecute anyone. That appears what he's really doing in so many instances. He is just not prosecuting people. I agree. You need the evidence. We shouldn't be cheating to prosecute. The long ago theory, lock everybody up and they're guilty because you locked them up, that's gone. I don't buy into that. It's what the evidence shows. And I'm sorry, Larry, if the evidence shows that a guy walks into a bank and robs the bank, he has to be charged with robbing the bank and not a possession of an instrument of crime only. He was robbing a bank. Stop cheating on what the charges are in most cases. You need to look at the evidence and charge them as the crime that they committed and stop this not prosecuting for whatever reason he's not prosecuting. Again, I agree with giving people breaks. That's what I did all those years. But he needs to look at his oath a lot closer than what he's saying.
Well, or we could just go back to what he really has said, that now he's a defense attorney with power. seems to be not exactly. We have two defense attorneys, then, Judge, in the courtroom there, at least through his people, and they get that vibe. Judge, we thank you again. Great stuff the other day about Rich Gannon. Where do we go to see your campaign and to see it in action now as we're finally moving forward?
Well, the Eagles won to stop that three-peat with the Chiefs, and I plan on, with the citizens of Philadelphia's help, to stop Mr. Krasner's attempt at a three-peat on May 20th. I have a website, Judge Dugan for DA, and the word "for" is spelled out, judgeduganforda.com. I asked everybody to go on, take a look at it. There's a email, et cetera, all kinds of stuff on there. Take a look at it. And again, May 20th, I ask you to come out and vote. You'll have a choice, a clear choice, Krasner or Dugan. And I appreciate you listening to me today.
All right, Judge, thank you very much. Anytime. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Judge Patrick Dugan here on Talk Radio 1210, a guy with real support, real shot. Will people get tired of this and this endless? Now he is the foil against Donald Trump. That's who he's really running against. 855-839-1210. We'll get you on board. We got the side question going. More calls coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Oh, the stylings of Larry the K. We'll play you a little bit more. Sonny Hostin. Remember yesterday we talked about, if you were not with us yesterday, Tom Hanks, really showing his true colors. No need, Tom, to do this. Pretending to be a MAGA contestant on Black Jeopardy and refusing to shake the hand of Tracy Morgan, the host of Black Jeopardy. Well, Sonny Hostin on The View says, well...
Now, speaking of church, can I say something? If more folks went to church, we wouldn't be in this mess we're in now.
You know what? I agree with you, Doug. I'd like to shake your hand, sir. Here we go.
No.
Oh, no. It's just a handshake. Yeah, it's just a handshake. Yeah, all right. You're welcome at Black Jeopardy anytime.
All right. Well, thank you, my brother. Maybe I'll start a show for you to come on, and we'll call it White Jeopardy.
No, we don't need it.
I mean, it just doesn't end. In the middle of this, trying to celebrate what SNL is, cultural icon and all. And Tom Hanks, why agree to do this, Tom? Why go after flyover country, half the country, people that support your movies pretty much? Why do that? Well, maybe that's your true feelings. Wearing the Trump hat. Now, here's Sonny Hostin piggybacking on this to say, well, Jeopardy really is white Jeopardy anyhow.
The whole point. I have a different take on that. Just because, as Whippy said, Tom Hanks joined the sketch, bringing back the character of Doug, because the first Doug was in a 2016 sketch, and in fact, that was the most popular installment of Black Jeopardy, was with Doug as the Trump supporter in 2016. I think it's a very subversive sketch. In fact, it's about Black culture being American culture, and so when you have the regular Jeopardy, you know, it's basically the white Jeopardy that already exists, because I've been on it and lost. And so this you know, in 2018 you had Chadwick Boseman on, and the fact that he refused to shake the host's hand, that has happened before. Do you remember when the senator refused, the senator's husband that was being
refused to shake Kamala.
That one sworn in, he refused to shake her hand. So I felt that it was very subversive. I felt that it was a sort of a callback to that.
Can I just do
Oh, God. First of all, that guy was a jerk for not shaking her hand. Second of all, Kamala Harris is biracial. Thirdly, I don't think it had to do with race. It had to do with the fact that he can't support what Harris supports. Again, you're shaking a hand to the office. How many times do I have to clear that up? Oh, my God. What a genius. White Jeopardy is white Jeopardy anyhow. Sonny was on. I have to go back and Google that. That might be a good YouTube.
I'm sorry. I'm a big Jeopardy fan.
Yeah.
If you lose at Celebrity Jeopardy, you got something wrong.
Oh, what? Oh, she was on Celebrity. That's right.
No
she
way
was
she's
Celebrity.
on regular Jeopardy.
Right. It is bad.
I
mean, the dumbing down, first of all, of the standard of Jeopardy for that. Even Wheel of Fortune, I think, seems easier when they do it slightly. But Jeopardy, somebody who's really smart, 8th grade, could probably answer a lot of those questions. Yeah,
no, it makes me want to be famous because I could win all this
yeah.
money for
yeah.
charity.
I mean, it is stunning. All right, we got a lot more.
I do have the audio of the original one. You want that?
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah,
here's the
Doug, I don't know what's going on, but the board is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Darnell. You people are fun. Can I say that? Is that okay? Can I say that?
We'll give you a pass this time.
Okay, let's go to big girls for 200.
Okay, and the answer there, skinny women can do this for you. Doug.
What is not a damn thing?
All right. So, again, this whole thing with Tom Hanks and this not shaking a guy's hand, though. All right. The other, I have to process that first one from Black Jeopardy before.
Well, it goes on, and then they start chanting, "Go, Doug." And what it is it really shows that there's a lot that, you know, MAGA people and black people can indeed agree on, but then Doug always screws it up by making something like, in this one, he comments, "All lives matter," and then they say, "Oh, you were doing so great, Doug."
But not shaking a guy's hand in this one is like we've gone to a different, we've lost the funny, and it's more straightforward. They're racist. They can't shake the guy's hand. Okay. We have a lot more Larry Krasner, and is Krasner locking into, now Dan and Henry think, and from what I could tell from his initial statement, is he locking into some distorted view of RFK Jr. by the stuff that he says about mental illness? Coming up from today's big announcement.
A real quick preview, Dom. He has slipped into a different accent. It's only about...
let's hear the accent.
Oh, yeah, you want to hear the accent? It's only about 15 minutes in.
Here is the reality. There's a whole lot of us. They might have a whole lot of dollars, but there's a whole lot of us. And there's not a whole lot of them. And I am telling you, I know, I absolutely know in my heart of hearts, we're going to win. We're going to win big. We're going to do it together. We're going to stand up together. And we are going to make sure that even a lawless president, which is what he is,
it's going back to
even a president who thinks you can scribble words on a piece of paper and rewrite the Constitution, which is what he is.
What is this accent? It's not
We are going to make sure that his little plan to take over America fails, that his little plan to turn a democracy,
Kansas originally, I think,
into
We're
a
gonna turn this
monarchy,
democracy into a monarchy.
that his little plan to be a wannabe dictator surrounded by wannabe oligarchs, we are going to make very, very, very sure.
Dude, protect Philadelphia,
that, like all those other
man.
haters,
Sorry, stop, dude.
Yeah, well, Elon Musk is the one shooting up the neighborhoods. Didn't you know that? It's all those punks with Elon Musk. They're shooting up the neighborhoods, I tell you.
Like, do people that actually, okay.
Yes, they're going to get off on this.
They are going to get off on this, or do you think it's...
Yes. No,
They loaded that thing with
the first part that we played, they get off on the fact that nobody did it. Everybody's innocent. He's bringing people home. In minority neighborhoods, Dugan's going to have a bit of a tough uphill battle explaining that, no, that's not true. Why is your neighborhood shot up? Why do you have rampant crime? Because of criminals.
Newsflash, Larry Krasner, I hate to say, but man, your head is way too big. Look in a damn mirror. You are a local DA.
Right.
Your job is to protect and secure the lives of Philadelphians. Bring security to city. Not make murder skyrocket. Not blame shoplifting on mental illness. You got to get out there, dude. Do your job. Make Philadelphians safer and shut the hell up about Washington because it's not your concern.
I differ with you. He's smart on this. He's the smartest of all these guys. He's smart going after Trump on this. I'll explain. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying, we're revolted by it. We see it. This shows a sign that he senses that Dugan is going to be hard to dislodge on the other issues, Dan, that you just mentioned. He's going to have to add this and say Dugan is not going to protect you from Trump, but I am. All right, all that straight ahead here at 855-839-1210. By the way, Scott Presler at 2 o'clock today on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn Stenslin, you've heard me talk for years about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work they've done in my home. You know by now, if I needed new windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. What you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding can also replace your old roof. Yes, they have you covered, literally. Family-owned and operated Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've been around for more than 30 years, and they have more than 240 Google reviews, which speak to their reputation for high-quality workmanship, customer service. They spend the time to understand your needs and educate you on your options. They also have financing available right now, which you can leverage to make your new roof or other remodeling projects a reality. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutogroup.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes "Art." That's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in trios. Things in a series of 3 today because Larry Krasner is going for the three-peat. We have a little bit more of Larry Krasner's announcement. And let me just link it to RFK Jr. and a little bit of the side that I am cautious of with RFK Jr., the mental illness part. You know, we can go around blaming everything on mental illness. And again, I get it. It's a real thing in some instances. But Krasner now doubling down on this and taking it to warp speed levels about mental illness. And mental illness is what we have to stop. That's what's doing crime. I don't believe that. I don't think that you do, by and large. It's not solely mental illness. Maybe in some instances. It's people that are evil. People that are criminals, people that are lazy, people that are killers, people that delight in it. So did Manson have, let's take Charles Manson, did he have mental illness? Yeah, you could argue that. So let Manson go, he has mental illness? No, we should have executed him. Because the standard is very low. You can have mental illness all that you want. All you have to know is the difference between right and wrong. And the types of things he had people engage in, that he engaged in. So if we go the mental illness route, and he actually does bring up Big Pharma here. You know, we've talked about this before. We've talked about some of the abuses of pharmaceutical companies. I was just joking with Roe this morning, though, and saying, yes, they ought to be able to advertise on TV. They went through 17 things that could happen to you, by my count. At the end of the ad, it took forever. And as long as they say stuff like that, why can't they advertise? So I have a mixed thing with RFK Jr. A lot of upside. We talked on yesterday's show. We played you a lot of stuff he said over the weekend about seed oil, about natural flavors, which are not natural, things in food. If his legacy is he curtails those or gets them out and raises awareness, that'd be a heck of a legacy. The mental illness stuff, though, I'm cautious on. So why do people commit crimes? Is it just mental illness? Now, in the past, Krasner has said poverty. Here's a little bit of Krasner talking about what RFK Jr. talks about, but going to an extreme with it.
Some new issues. One of the big ones that we have is the perfect storm that we have seen surrounding people who are unhoused, surrounding mental illness, and surrounding the things that they do to survive at a time when they cannot afford housing, when the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, and this is a problem all over the country. There were more homeless people in the United States last year than in any year in recorded history.
Biden president.
We live in a country that has 5% of the population, but it consumes more than 25% of all pharmaceutical opioids. Why? Because some companies in this country make a lot of money off of producing pharmaceutical opioids.
Okay, let me stop right there. You know, this is the type of thing that gets me. Surely you can't be in that camp. You know, they're luring us in. We can talk about big pharma all we want. I get the caution on that. We're overly medicated, all the things that go with it. But you see where Krasner is going with this? Not only that, he's blaming outright just blatant shoplifting on homelessness and mental illness and all that versus a bunch of people because he's the DA that says, hell no, I'm not going to pay you anything. You think those store owners, what are they? Should they have a psychiatrist couch? Hey, guys that have a Wawa, I know what to do. Don't have armed guards. Don't have security guards. Just put a couch in there so that they can come in and sit down, say their troubles, and then they're not going to shoplift. All right, Dan, you had something?
And he just hasn't mentioned the shoplifting yet. I want to get to that audio.
Yeah, here we go.
They are the most prolific and most harmful drug dealers in world history. They have not been brought to heel by government. Lawsuits against them, including by government, have been settled for too little money, and we don't even know whether the money's going to go the right way. When you take homelessness and you add addiction, and you realize 85% of our mental health system disappeared during the decades-long rise of mass incarceration in the most incarcerated country in the world, all of this has become a perfect storm that leaves us with a couple of other factors, with a problem with retail theft. It leaves us with a problem with petty theft. It leaves us with a problem with quality of life crimes. And yes, these other factors have made it even a little bit worse. Those
all right, Larry, let's go to K&A, buddy. You and I, Larry. Where's the fentanyl coming from? The leaky border, China. How about talking about that? No, it's big pharma that's addicting people, and then they're going and shoplifting. That's where this is going. Now, maybe somebody in his office is a fan of RFK and is perverting it into Krasner speak, but there's a definite RFK Jr. vibe here that he's then twisting even farther. All right.
I got to play a little bit more because he does actually, say there are other causes at play here, Dom. It's just not what you'd expect it to be.
Okay.
That are causing this.
Yes.
Take a listen.
Quality of life crimes. And yes, these other factors have made it even a little bit worse. Those factors are the internet has become a marketplace. It has become the fence.
Blaming the internet.
You don't even need to go to a fence anymore to sell your stolen goods. And at the same time, a lot of our traditional stores, the ones you walk into and people say hi to you, those stores, a lot of those stores have suffered economically from the rise of the internet and from the reality that even at pharmacies, you are seeing a lot of people fill their prescriptions online. All of this has come together in a way that is new, that we can handle, and that has been the origin of our own retail theft task force now for over a year.
Okay.
It is a mission we're going to continue, in which we have enjoyed very good success.
So he seems to want to blame somehow or another online shopping, but then he backpedals to me. This can't be written down and scripted. I mean, it's got to be he's riffing
I think
here.
it was.
Yeah,
Well, that's even worse. And he's got people in his office that are saying, let's float these things out here. See what the Chestnut Hill mob and the Mount Airy mob that are insulated from this, see what they think. Oh, man, we can't get enough. Just don't bring all this stuff here.
It's genius.
Yeah, well.
I think by not saying anything of any real substance and just taking, like, the top headlines on, like, CNN's website and just regurgitating them back into a speech, like, oh, what are people upset about? Big pharma, that's one. What mental health? Yeah, people care about that too. You know what? Let's just blame all those things, and I can just sit up here and be like, we got to change those things.
Throw in the internet too. Blame the internet.
Yeah, the internet.
Yeah.
All right, but of course he then pivots, more pivoting. I think I call walking on him. It's not a Euro step. He's walking all over the place. You can't take that many steps, Larry. pivots back to maybe a Civil War sort of meme here, back to he's going to be the foil for Donald Trump.
As we have an unprecedented situation in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
We have relied on the federal government my entire career, and I'm pushing up on 37, 38 years now. We have relied on the federal government to make sure that financial crimes weren't out of control, that bribery wasn't out of control, that the environment wasn't out of control, that people weren't stealing personal information from Americans for their own profit. We have relied on the federal government not to take insurrectionists, traitors to this nation, people who are fundamentally anti-American and un-American and anti-democracy. We have relied on the federal government not to say, here is your get-out-of-jail-free card, and yet what we have seen in recent times is just that. Now,
all right,
if that makes you good.
We'll stop here. You know, first of all, we know that nobody was charged with insurrection here, Larry. You would have charged them with them. That's fine. So we're going down that path. And traitors, we're not Americans if we're supportive of it. Now, usually I would say as a caution, maybe we shouldn't go around saying they're anti. Who's more anti-American than this guy and the mob that follows this nonsense, that are thrilled by the excitement of this? I'll give him this. He didn't say, I'm running for my third term. I'm just going to do the great work I did in the first two. I'll give him credit. He's breaking loose a whole array of progressive nonsense that is unprecedented. And I'm not sure who's advising him. I hope it's the same guy that advised Helen Gim in this campaign to be mayor. Now we get to the Civil War part, though.
Before we go there, just hear what he calls Elon Musk.
Americans pretty soon are going to see all the cracks in the wall. They're going to see everything that he is up to and his, how shall I put it, apartheid-raised friends.
All right. Another.
So here's the Civil War cut, Dom.
Before we leave that one, okay, that's a fair enough shot. But again, he's playing the same theme we led off the show with, this woman from the New York Times. These dummy Americans, they can't see this. Soon you're going to see this. This is the angle of attack now. Doom. They're using the FAA. That's why I'd back away from the FAA a little bit. They're using all these, that's the main one, to say the average American, you're going to die. You're going to see it. People are going to die because of this. Throw in the apartheid, and that's always a nice touch. All right, here's the Civil War.
And after they lose, we're going to look back at them and shake our heads in the same way people look back at Joe McCarthy and his phony, lying, Red Scare. And we are going to shake our heads. And the people who are on the wrong side of this line, because there is a moral line here, the people on the wrong side of this moral line will get the reputation they deserve. And it will be a profile in cowardice. It will not be a profile in courage. These are people who are fundamentally un-American and anti-American. And in case you notice, there's a small flag behind me here. Well, the people you're looking at actually believe in the fundamental principles of this country, the biggest one being equality. That's where we are.
Not equity? That seems to be a misstatement.
So please give me an opportunity just to tell you a little story, because I think it says something. If you're sitting at home thinking, oh my goodness, what can I do? You're on that phone, clicking away. Or maybe you're out there marching. We saw a lot of people marching just yesterday, George Washington's birthday. We saw a whole lot of people out there marching yesterday. If you're wondering what we're going to do, well, I would ask you to think back a little bit. Have we been here before? There was a civil war, wasn't it? At its core, it was about hate, wasn't it? Wasn't that the point? We got through it. There was another war. I know something about that because my dad served in it. 1941, Pearl Harbor happens. I think it was 24. Okay? So, my dad was a son of immigrants, 24 years old, working for the U.S. Postal Service. out of high school, and Pearl Harbor happens, he volunteers. Son of immigrants. His country, he volunteers. And he ends up serving in the Pacific, little island called Kwajalein. But he wasn't the only one. His little brother was an artillery spotter in Germany, in the forest in Germany. Anybody know what an artillery spotter is?
I think we got enough. The artillery
That's the
spotter.
person.
Okay. All right. Okay, so how is this going to play out? And remember, this is not about living in Philadelphia, not living in Philadelphia. This guy is a rare jewel in the types of sentiments he's rolling out here. You're not going to hear this from these other DAs that have all been elected around the country. This guy is sweeping broadly here. I give him credit for that. Now, just imagine how many things were completely off base, fabrications, fanciful, lacking in reality. But do they play in Philadelphia? And what does it say? He feels this time around he can't just stick. I thought he would say, look at how much homicides are down and all the rest of it. No, he's not going with that with Dugan, recognizing that he's got a real opponent here versus maybe in the past. Either that or he's just more grandiose than usual.
You know what that was? I think I just realized that wasn't a speech to be the next DA. That was a speech to be the next Supreme Court justice if a Democrat gets back into the White House.
Well, we heard that before. Yeah, we heard that before about
it had nothing to do with Philadelphia.
Larry
It's all stuff that they're going to look at when they're talking about Supreme Court justices if Trump loses or if conservatives
I don't
lose
see
next time
him
around.
doing that. He likes to talk too much. He likes to be insulting and in your face. That would be too sedate for him. I don't see him doing that. Not only that, what does he know about the law, really? All right, so Larry, you mentioned cowardice. Anytime, we'd love to have you in studio when you're done wowing the people in Chestnut Hill and Center City, Rittenhouse Square, who don't have to face the misery of your reign. Give us a call. All right, 855-839-1210. I'd love to get your comments. Look, I know you got on the side question. I see that. Give me your comment on Krasner. This has been, even for Krasner, pretty remarkable. And in the air, this mental illness stuff. Now, look, I like a lot of RFK Jr. We played you yesterday, the seed oil stuff. We had an unbelievable call who called Dan a soy boy yesterday. You may have missed that.
I did miss that.
Yes, because this guy owns a restaurant, and he doesn't know if we're just fooling around with people or we really know something or not. And he talked about seed oil, and he, for some reason, doesn't like your opinion and said you were consumed by soy, and that's why you're so soft in your opinions. It was nuts.
What? I'm in favor of banning seed oil. Is that...
The RFK Jr. stuff is all over the place, and there's a lot in it that's good. But when I hear this mental illness, how much have we heard that before? You know, if you go too far with that, you know what it leads to? It leads to lack of accountability. It leads to saying, well, don't you think these people must be nuts? Otherwise, they wouldn't do this. They may be. Like the kid who killed Chris Fitzgerald on this day. Is he mentally ill? From what I can tell, there are elements to it, but there's an arrogance. And all that's needed is that he knows right from wrong, that he was going to kill Chris Fitzgerald. I believe he did. I believe he ought to be executed. I really would admit I really don't care that much about the other part. Not when you take a life. I don't care about it. Nothing excuses that. I just can't imagine you're that sick that you don't recognize that. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, navigation? Take me to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Kia of Cherry Hill is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. KiaofCherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. KiaofCherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Free speech lives here. With Dawn Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT. All right, we heard Larry Krasner, and it's much bigger than a DA's race here on the Dom Show. YouTube alert. The protesters that Larry referenced yesterday, they had a new song. This guy just created it for yesterday, saying he's not a king, we're not ruled by a king, he's not my president, which is fine to say. We're in America, you can say that. You get criticized for it usually, though. So here is this enraged protester singing a song he wrote just for Trump and, of course, Elon Musk, cut 11.
One sec, I got to keep the video for that, Dom.
Okay.
We're doing video cut here. Here you go. Take a listen.
Gonna keep on moving forward.
Rousing.
Keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Never turning back.
Crowd's really into it.
Turning back.
You can't even clap along.
Trump is not a king. Trump is not a king. Trump is not a king. Never turning back.
It's like 14 words to this entire song.
Never turning back.
All right, paid by the word.
Stop the fascists now. Stop the fascists now.
No Elon Musk yet. Okay. All right, there we put that into our collection along with the one we played the other day of protest songs here. And where typically, Philadelphia, you would think, where was the protest yesterday? In the suburbs. What was the town, do you think, that, as far as I can tell, had the biggest or most number of protesters, et cetera? You have a thought on that? I'll tell you in a moment. But see where you think. And mostly female, a lot of them female. What town in the suburbs notorious for this? All right, Bernie from Kensington was just at the Krasner event. Joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bernie.
Greetings. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
Like you said, I was just there. I've known Larry for 25 years. You said, what does he know about the law? He knows a lot about the law. He and I have talked about it a lot. Anyway, you guys certainly make some good points there at the station. You're certainly entitled to disagree with some things that Krasner says. But how do you explain his record?
Well, wait a minute. You mean we've had 3,000 people shot to death. We've had 10,000 plus wounded. Let's zone in on the thing, Bernie, though, that really does bother people. Let's talk about his record on shoplifting, quality of life. What would you say about that?
Oh, shoplifting is up because I think drugs are up. I've seen shoplifting happening on a large peak, drug addicts running out with arms full of stuff. And the owners, the owners of the chain, like Rite Aid, I saw this happen. They tell the employees, you're not allowed to touch them because there'd be lawsuits. Yeah, it's a big problem. Well, I think a lot of it's based on drugs, though.
Well, wait a minute. Should you, when you're enforcing the law, put down a dictum? And we have it. We have the material, and everybody knows it. As long as you steal in one fell swoop under $500, nothing happens.
He didn't write the law.
No, that's a memo. That's his discretionary. That's what he's going to do. When he first got into office, and he still follows it, he's not going to prosecute. He's telling you, Bernie, if you're a rookie prosecutor or whatever, don't prosecute that.
It's a statutory thing.
It's not statutory. It is not statutory. No, it is not statutory to prosecute that. That's why people tell people don't get involved. It's not worth it. Macy's.
What I mean is the level. I was terrible with that shooting.
No. That's Krasner.
Theft.
Now you could talk. No, that's not a state law. No.
Stab the guy at the Macy's.
Yes.
No, state law. If you look at it for retail theft, there is categories based on the value of what's stolen.
All right.
And I'm not defending it. It's horrible.
But no, Bernie, it's not a state law. It's a memo from Krasner to saying do not prosecute in any way, shape, or form if it's under $500. Not because of a state law, because of Krasner.
I'm just saying there's a category. When it gets down to the level of under $500 under state law, it's a relatively minor offense.
It's not if you're continuing to shoplift. It is not a relatively minor offense.
You're right.
You could go to jail for it.
If it's 3 offenses, absolutely. If it's 3 offenses.
Okay, so Bernie, you're in Kensington. You're in Kensington. Do you think Larry Krasner's policies are good for Kensington?
Well, people don't understand what the district attorney does. The district attorney prosecutes people that the police arrest. Okay? If the police are not arresting enough arresting enough.
Oh my God, Bernie, you're going to blame
Larry
cops.
Krasner doesn't. I'm not blaming the police. No, I'm not blaming the police. I'm just saying it's the nature of the business. Police do the arrest. The district attorney.
You are blaming the police. You're saying they're not arresting enough people. They're scared to death that Krasner will come after them with a vengeance. You know that.
For arresting people?
Yes.
Wait. No. He has a lot of cops who are friends of his.
They're not cops. Wait a minute. Any cop that's a friend of his is not a real cop. I wouldn't let him or her walk the dog.
That's not true.
No, it is true. I'm telling you, in my world, If you're not a real cop, I wouldn't let you walk the cat if he had him on a leash. Bernie, thank you. Thanks for an attempt, too. Yeah, I'm glad you laughed at the end. Thank you, Bernie. From Kensington. From Kensington, of all places. My God.
He just left the Krasner DA announcement?
He's probably from Chestnut Hill or Rittenhouse. He's from Rittenhouse Square. You know, the people that you do this stuff in Rittenhouse Square. See what happens to you. How long? You smoke a joint in Rittenhouse Square. See what happens. You say, maybe I'll sell to somebody. See what happens. See how quickly it happens. That's Philadelphia. That's not Kensington. What goes on there? All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. So the big protest town yesterday was Doylestown. Of course, that's where you would see it, in addition to Philadelphia. Washington had a fair number of people protesting. The argument across the board, the memo now says, the average American is unaware. Doom is going to happen to you. Don't fly. Don't eat foods. We're not having enough people to check on all this stuff. Your kid in school. All right, coming up, though, something I differ with, and they're trying to get RFK Jr. to go along with this. This is the new head of the Agriculture Department that I'm not a fan of, and a couple of Republicans who are jumping on the wrong bandwagon. What is it they want to do? Have RFK Jr. do when it comes to SNAP benefits? Now, cutting back on the fraud, waste, and abuse that'd be a great place to start. But what is it they don't want people to be able to buy if they're on food stamps? I'll tell you what that is, and I think it's a bad idea. 855-839-1210. Hey, time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free, exclusively for DOM listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. And don't forget, use that code OMEGA, OMEGA 50. You buy one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s, get a second bottle free. Again, use that code OMEGA 50. Fortify your heart, support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3. That's OMEGA 50.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Meet Nick Cale and Dawn Stensland at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. So you have this head of the Agriculture Department. We'll see in her tenure there. It's a department that has a lot of stuff that plays out, taxpayer dollars, big agriculture, et cetera. And we've seen this before. Something about it just seems to be, I've never been a fan of this. Look, do we have people, is there waste, fraud, and abuse, just like with shoplifting, that gets people crazy with food stamps? Absolutely. Put me first in line over the years. But they're trying to work up, and Kennedy has resisted this sort of stuff, that if you're on food stamps, you should not be able to get what they're calling sugary drinks. In other words, you should not be able to get soda. Now, I don't know how you could put some limitation on it. I might be okay with that. But if a person is legitimately on food stamps, should we prevent them from getting soda? And I'd say no. I think it's overkill. Now, maybe it's a soda tax in Philadelphia that I'm reacting to. I would not ban soda for someone who's on food stamps. Dan, would you? Can you make an argument on that side, or are you on my side?
I think I'm on your side with that one there.
Henry, how about you? Would you ban it?
No.
Okay. This is a way to get points that I'm being more vigilant. It's not about them drinking soda. It's about legitimacy. How many people on food stamps now should not be on food stamps? Some of it is statutory. Some of it is we may have to go back. Well, I'm not sure if it's statutory or it's the regulations of the Agriculture Department to roll that back and prevent record numbers of people from being on food stamps. Some of it, you argue, can be caused by Biden. So it has to be looked at. But once they are, if they're legit, then a soda here and there, I'm not gonna get on that side. I don't think Trump would either. I don't think RFK Jr. RFK Jr. doesn't want to be a scold on the. Look at how he handles the whole thing, Trump eating Big Macs and all the rest. He has said he's not going to go after the average American. He's not going to be hectoring you if you're eating Big Macs, but he is going to try to make the process a little bit better, a.k.a. seed oil versus the beef tallow. And this guy that we had called in yesterday seemed to be legit. Henry and I thought he was. You screened him, Henry. Steve was arguing the beef tallow is more expensive, right? That's why they couldn't do it.
Yeah,
Wasn't
exactly.
it? Yeah. So, again, I thought they were kind of feeling the government would come after them and something was going to happen to go back to beef tallow. I'm not sure. But that's the stuff that RFK Jr. is doing. He's not. You had something?
17 forms of soy byproduct filler that's in it, and then it's sprayed with about 35 different chemicals. So people who eat cheesesteaks that are rectangles aren't even eating meat anymore. They're eating soybeans. Scientific facts that if you feed a frog enough soybean, it'll change it from a male to a female. Why do you think you got all these soft guys like Dan running around all scared of everything because they're not eating real meat?
Well,
anymore?
you know what? Dan, we couldn't do anything. I was immediately challenging. Look, buddy.
This comes after I called the Jonas Brothers a generational talent.
I know. Let's stop the soybean stuff. We can't, that's not in the unproven area here. I know we want to have fun with it. He's a soy boy, a beta versus alpha and all that stuff. This guy was pretty wound up to put up mild.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he did give some insight, about French fries and what you use in the beef towel and all. Is RFK Jr., though, going to tell people no soda if you're on food stamps? I don't think so.
You're soft, you're sloppy. They calling me Poppy.
My new theme song, Dom. I am soft and sloppy, apparently.
Oh, my God. No, it was just some opinion.
Oh,
It's
man.
like that one guy, you said something about the cameras.
It's crazy to me, too. He calls me soft when I'm the one that's been the most strident defender of RFK here on the program.
Right,
I feel like, if anything, he should be on my side, right?
Oh, it was nuts. We couldn't do anything. Henry and I tried mightily. We didn't laugh. We just tried.
It's not like we were disagreeing with him too much. It's just the way he's presenting it. Like, if you give, soybeans to frogs, it'll turn them. It's like, okay, do you realize how that might be true, but do you realize how crazy that sounds to an average person?
Exactly. So I don't see RFK Jr. doing that. Now, are there excesses? We've heard she'd be able to get fancy birthday cakes or lobster. I don't even know if that's true. You can do that on food stamps. I'd say, no, there is a limit. But the soda thing, this is ill-received. It's like you're beating up on people that might be legitimately on food stamps. I'd love to hear from somebody, even if you want to be anonymous, that use food stamps legitimately. And, what that was like, what you could buy, what you couldn't buy, etc. All right, let's go to Bill in Gilbertsville. And, Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Good afternoon, Bill.
Don't call me soft, Bill.
Hey, Dom. With Krasner, and this could go for any politician that's running, but Trump's running on, or he's promoting common sense thinking when it comes to what he's doing with the government right now. And it's really hard to argue against common sense. And one of the things that Krasner, and I live 30 miles away from Philly, so I'm not really affected by Krasner.
Well, wait a minute. You are affected.
Until they start moving out. Until they start moving out.
You had people going out 30 miles, 20. We had Pat on all the time, Pat Malloy from Abington. People go into the suburbs thinking they're going to do the same things that they do in Philadelphia, Bill, because they get away with it.
Well, the thing with Krasner, and if the judge brings this up, hey, I'm running on common sense, and here's what my opponent's running on, he's not, as a deterrent, he's not locking people up for the crimes they commit. And he's going to find, it's mental illness, but there's no deterrent. So that's what's going to keep them doing it over and over again. Because whatever crime they think of, hey, I can get away with it. So that's what I was going to say about Krasner. And then with, through my Medicare plan, I get a $20 a month debit card, and they keep refilling it every month. But I'm limited to what I can purchase with that. So, with what you're saying about food stamps, I've never been on them, so I don't know. But there's got to be a way to limit it. But the thing that RFK,
I'm asking you, Bill, would you say they can't have soda?
Here's my point with that. If, like he talked about French fries, we have a billion ingredients in it, but other countries, they have 3. And then with red dye, if I've got a child and I find it, if he tells me, hey, red dye causes this, this, and this, and I'm going to be an educated consumer and I'm not going to want to buy that product. And if he says, okay, sodas shouldn't be allowed to be paid for with food stamps because it causes this, then it makes more sense. You can't just say.
Well, wait a minute, though, Bill. Look, I have some skin in this game. I'm a vegetarian / pescatarian, but are people going to have to eat organically? Is that where you're going then? If they're going to be on food stamps because of all this stuff?
No, you can. If you still want to, there's lots of things that are bad for us. So smoking.
Right.
But we still have people smoking, even though they know it's bad. But if the government's going to pay for my cigarettes, then they have a right to say, "Hey, we're not going to."
Well, I'm not paying for cigarettes. I got you there. All right, Bill, give me something that's a 3.
Okay, Apollo, all the Apollo missions, and you brought up Tom Hanks, and that, with Saturday Night Live, I didn't see it,
right?
And I was hoping they were going to go back to when it was funny, back from the early days with Belushi and Aykroyd. And all
didn't
those
do
guys.
as much of that. No, they did not. Thank you, Bill. Thanks very much. 855-839-1210. I'm seeing a big deal on Fox, Dan, that the Treasury Secretary's on tonight with Brett Baer. We just have to talk to Liz and set the time, I believe, this week. He's going to be on with us. We won't make that big of a deal out of it as to make it with Brett Baer.
Hard for them to get White House representatives, but they're putting an entire Chiron dedicated. We finally got one tonight at 6 p.m. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. All right. So that should be happening. I'm really interested in what Scott Bessent says, the Treasury Secretary, about inflation and how do we get that down. You know, I'm suspect of these guys. Oh, just lower the energy cost and everything's going to be okay. You're starting to hear more nuance. It's going to be more difficult than that. 855-839-1210. So will RFK Jr. say no soda for you if you're on food stamps? I don't think so. And at some point, probably coming up, I'm going to take more calls. But I have had this on my cut sheet forever, and I'm looking at it and saying, I love this too. Alec Baldwin's wife has a relatively new show, not quite a Meghan Markle. Listen, we'll play for you coming up. Her accent back when she was Latino or Latina, and her accent now in this new show that's out there, the trailer for the new show. And take your calls here. First, though, let me remind you about Dr. Bentz. Dr. Bentz back with us, and February is American Heart Month. What's that have to do with Dr. Bentz? Well, it's a great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating healthfully, heart-friendly foods, and also be mindful of your dental health. Plaque, we all know about plaque, and that buildup can actually lead to bacteria growth, which can sometimes lead to conditions like endocarditis. It can lead to arterial sclerosis. So it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist and my dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz. Dr. Bentz, over the 10 years that I've been with him, I've seen him work with patients to not only improve their smiles and their confidence, but even more importantly, to maximize their oral health. And that improves their overall health. Heart disease can strike at any age, so can dental challenges. So if you have concerns about your oral health, or you've been looking for a dentist, you've heard me tell you about Dr. Bentz for years, and you didn't get around to it, make the call now. 610-272-6949. Want to check them out even more? Visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, Bentz Dental Group, all one word, .com, or 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I am a die-hard Eagles fan. I am so glad to be here.
Hey, introduce your friends real quick, too.
Before you have a heart attack, introduce your family.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Wow. We've been here since 1 p.m.
1 p.m.?
Yesterday.
So what made you come down here at 1 p.m. yesterday?
Because we bleed green.
How about that? 1 p.m. yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
All right, time to your Dano show. We'll get your calls here at 855-839-1210. So here is Ms. Baldwin, Hilaria Baldwin. Prior to the new show, listen to the accent and then the trailer for her new show and see if you hear a difference. Here's how she sounded.
I have some, news that is so excitados. I wrote a book, and it's called El Manuel Not Inclutados. I wrote a biblioteco. This book is really just like about raising la familia and how there really are just like no, rules. As you can see from the cover, we tied up my husbandito Alec because I really wanted to show like who is the good parent and who is the bad. Some of you have slid into my DMs and you are like, Hilaria, please tell me some of the book.
Oh, it's terrible.
All right, that's not fake. That's the way she spoke. That must be the accent. Here's a new show, kind of like similar to Meghan Markle. Here's how she sounds in the trailer.
7 children, 6 animals.
Whoa, wait a minute here. What happened?
Parents. A wild family. Why are we eating chocolate? Get off your phone. Okay.
Don't pee in that pool.
Gross. What's the matter? Happy face. A son lost his mom in the most unthinkable tragedy. This is never something to forget, and we're trying to parent through it.
All right, so
Some
quite
of
a
the
difference.
chapters
I'm glad
are
I
both
was able
nannies and how to hire 4 of them.
play that. Okay. Let's go to John in Kensington. And John, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Dom. I just was telling the screener, I thought you guys dropped the ball. Because I think Bernie's no more from Kensington than I am from Chestnut Hill. Because I am from Kensington.
All right,
And,
he may not be. Yeah.
You should have gave him some of them side questions like, hey, what was that store down there up in Kensington Ave called? Kelly's? What was it called? Kelly's Corner? You would have got him, Dom. They put him in there. He was assault. That's what we call assault.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, Bernie's welcome to come back, and maybe he'll say he's from Chestnut Hill the next time. Thank you, John. Thanks for the Kensington knowledge. We could have asked about K&A. All right. Coming up, the great Scott Presler is with us. We'll talk with Scott, the weekly update on what's happening, registration numbers, what's happening in Jersey. He's got a couple of other surprises, too. Scott Presler next on Talk Radio 1210.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. Smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. Momentarily, we'll be joined by Scott Presler. We heard the accent of Hilaria. That has roused one of the all-time, the first time she called, oh my goodness, how overwhelming it was. Carmen in Morristown. But first, we're trying to, and I'm not sure why there's not clarity on it. It's been going on for a while, this story that's out there. But there is some police sound we have it that does seem to clarify that this is an ICE deportation minivan, and I'm looking at it from several sources. that it's on fire in downtown Philadelphia, or was on fire. And we can't get clarification, though. We're trying through ICE to get clarification that this indeed was set afire. I mean, it looks to me like not, I mean, anything can happen. I see police blocking it off. But if this is an ICE vehicle set on fire, let me just take a moment before we go to Scott and make the point, Larry Krasner today, being someone who just went completely wild that he's a foil of Donald Trump, a city that is a sanctuary city. I don't have great confidence in full investigation up and down the line on this. Now, we do have, thank God, Attorney General Dave Sunday. We're going to follow this. He's one of the first people I'd put on tomorrow if this does appear to be a deportation vehicle used by ICE, a minivan, set on fire.
It's crazy you say this, because I just heard back from our person over at ICE.
Yes.
And the response to my inquiry, quote, a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement vehicle experienced mechanical issues and caught fire in South Philadelphia today. The Philadelphia Fire Department extinguished the flames after arriving on scene. There were no injuries due to the fast response from the fire department and the vehicle's occupants. The cause of the fire is unknown, but no foul play is suspected at this time.
All right, we'll keep watch on that. So it's curious that a vehicle, maybe they need better vehicles at ICE, just catching fire. This is the one picture I see, pretty consuming blaze here. So thank you that at this point, it appears to be mechanical. All right, is Scott ready to go? No?
One sec, Dom. He called in. We lost him, so we're getting him right back.
All right, let me go to Carmen in Moorestown. And Carmen, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Carmen, good afternoon. How you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. And how are you?
Good, Carmen.
Let me be brief, because I know you have somebody else.
Oh, that's okay for you, Carmen. Take your time. People love it. Come on now.
Listen to me. I was busy doing things, and I didn't turn the radio on when your show started. But when I turned it on, there was a gentleman speaking in a very obvious Southern accent, explaining all kinds of things about Philadelphia, and I was confused until I realized by the name that you mentioned that it was Larry Krasner.
Yes.
Well, I have worked with Larry Krasner for years and years and years and years. I happen to have an accent. Have you noticed? Well,
yes.
The accent that he has on this radio show today is an accent I never heard him speak with before. What happened to him? Where did he go?
Well, I will tell you, it's part of the playbook of Democrats. And, you know, we might put together a little montage. Remember Hillary's accent. Remember?
I don't ever gonna forget.
Yeah.
Nowhere, no how.
They adopt this, Carmen. They think, I go all the time with Shapiro saying y'all, and he's from Abington. He's from the suburbs of Philadelphia. What's with the y'all? He's not somebody from the South?
He's very cute. I had never seen him before until recently. This Monday with the Eagles. I had never seen him last Monday. And, he's cute, but he's not going anywhere.
All right. Well, Carmen, thank you. Hey, Carmen, do you have an answer to the side question today?
I didn't hear it.
Oh, just something, a trio or something that's three in a series. Maybe. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Carmen, do you have anything?
That's it.
Okay. I didn't get that, but all right. We'll try our best here. All right. Scott Presler. How about that as a moment to introduce him, the great one here with us on Talk Radio 1210. Scott, of course, you can find him on Twitter. The Persistence is someone who is in the center of the universe when it comes to what's actually happening as we churn forward on the ground. Hey, Scott, welcome back. Broad question for you. You talk to a lot of people. I follow you on Twitter. That's my main way to follow you. What are they talking about, when you're courting them, as you say, for registration, or you're somebody they recognize? What's the issue with them if there's an issue today? What are they talking about?
Well, I think they are thrilled that in President Trump's first month that he's keeping his promises. What we're seeing on the amount of apprehensions at the border that have gone from thousands under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to literally hundreds in 1 month is amazing. The fact that Elon Musk and the president with the Department of Government Efficiency are finding all of these billions of dollars that have been spent wastefully, and we're finding ways to cut that to actually save the taxpayer, to cut inflation, to put more money in people's pockets. You know, the fact that we're seeing hostages come home in a matter of a month. It really, I'm finding the voter is asking himself and herself, what has our government been doing for decades? Why has it taken President Trump in 1 month to accomplish things that should have been done decades ago? That's what I'm hearing from the voter. And more importantly, what I'm also hearing, Dom, is people are saying to me, Scott, I'm going to keep voting. Scott, I'm going to vote in the New Jersey governorship election this November. Scott, I'm going to vote in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election on Tuesday, April 1st. Scott, I'm going to vote no to retention to 3 Democrat justices this November in Pennsylvania. And so people are really excited that their vote in 2024 is already achieving tangible results.
Now, Scott, I followed on Twitter, and we actually had people calling in knowing you were going to be here today who were at that event where you train people, this one in Gloucester County. Talk about that over in Jersey, why that's important to train people to help register people to vote.
Oh, it was so much fun. Well, to any of our people that attended that event, thank you for joining us. We had 81 people in a booked diner over in Gloucester, and I don't know how you pronounce it. It might be Mullica Hill or Malika. I'm so sorry for being ignorant.
Mullica's good, yeah.
I appreciate that.
Look, I'm learning, okay? I'm learning about New Jersey. I'm new to it. I know how to say Lancaster. I got it. So
I say Lancaster. Wait a minute, Scott. You say Lancaster, huh?
He's right. Scott's correct here.
I say Lancaster.
But the people in Lancaster, I think, say Lancaster.
Yeah. How about, how do you say Cheltenham? Do you ever have to pronounce that in Pennsylvania? Suburb of Philadelphia? You ever hear that one?
I have never heard that before. Cheltenham. That's new.
Yeah, Cheltenham. Do not say Cheltenham. Whatever they force you to do not say Cheltenham. Remember that one.
I will not do that.
Okay.
But we had a packed crowd. The enthusiasm was sky high, and my favorite part is Mr. Leon. If you're listening, again, I want to wish you a very happy birthday. This 75-year-old man, Mr. Leon, came to our event on his birthday and transferred from Democrat to Republican. We had another woman, lifelong Democrat, that switched to Republican that very same day as well. And so it's February, and the fact that we're seeing this kind of numbers at events in counties that have been traditionally blue, that shows me that, gosh, we are ripe to flip the New Jersey governorship from blue to red this November.
It's all pointing that way. Now, Scott, with the assistance of AI, you've had the funds, you've been able to do that. I saw several things you've been talking about. You may have to sue some Pennsylvania counties if they don't purge the rolls. And a la Elon Musk, you have a number of 100-year-olds still actively registered to vote in Pennsylvania, like an astounding number.
Yes, well, we love the amount of 100-year-old Pennsylvanians that are still with us, that are living their best lives. But the number of over 100-year-olds that we have found is very concerning in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And it really shows me that, with all due respect, our Secretary of State, Mr. Schmidt, he's got some work to do to clean up our voter rolls. And we're seeing, especially in Allegheny County and Philadelphia, there is an amount of duplicates going on of people that are both registered in PA and NJ, that this is an election integrity concern. And unfortunately, unless the Secretary of State, unless these county commissioners do clean up their voter rolls, at Early Vote Action, we will be forced to launch a lawsuit against the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I don't want to have to take it there. I don't want to have to spend valuable money that should be going to voter registration and that should be going to this November, but for the purpose of election integrity and for the purpose of making sure that every Pennsylvania voter knows that their one vote is going to count and that their one vote is not going to be impacted by any fraudulent or duplicate other votes, then, Early Vote Action may have to be engaged in some litigation. And I hope we don't have to take it there, and I hope the Secretary of State, Mr. Schmidt, is going to do his job and clean the voter rolls.
So what is next? Anything in our area, Scott, where we're going to see you, or in Jersey in the next couple of weeks?
Well, I have some data for you guys. So we got Pennsylvania voter registration data today because yesterday was President's Day. And I'm very excited to tell you that the Democrats in the last 7 days only gained 52 voters. The Democrats only gained 52 voters
across
in 1
the
week.
whole state. My God.
Across the entire Commonwealth, all 67 counties. And Republicans, they gained 1,300 voters. So if there's anyone out there saying that President Trump's policies, President Trump's agenda in his first month of office is unpopular, well, the data, the science, the mathematics behind that show that President Trump's policies are in fact popular and Republicans are gaining Commonwealth-wide. And we are active voters, 89,500 voters away from flipping Pennsylvania from blue to red. That is historic, that is monumental, that is ground-quaking, that is earth-shattering news.
Absolutely, Scott. So on that basis, you'd have to predict, maybe not by November this year, but into the new year, Pennsylvania could be red.
Listen, you give me one more year. Give me 1 year of time with our 23 staff across the ground. We are hiring more staff. We are already interviewing more potential employees. You give me 1 year, and I think that together as a family, all of the grassroots working across the 67, we can create a plurality of registered Republican voters even going into the 2026 gubernatorial election.
Wow. That is unbelievable, Scott, as always. So where do people go if they want to help, volunteer, maybe invite you to come out, the registration, contribute? What do they do?
Well, we want your help. Please sign up as an activist, sign up as a volunteer, support us financially at earlyvoteaction.com. And while we are focused on New Jersey, I want to make it very clear. Just a few days ago, I was at the Wayne County Committee in Honesdale. Last night, I spoke to the Center County Republican Party over in Penn State University. And tonight, I will be in Chester speaking to that committee. So to my Pennsylvania people, I remain committed and loyal to you. To my New Jersey people, I look forward to learning more about your state and working with you to flip that governorship from blue to red this November. Game on.
Scott, where is it in Chester County tonight? Is that up? Where do people go to get the details?
Well, this is a closed meeting because it's the Chester County Committee. So this is just Chairman Rafi's beautiful committee. But as soon as we have an open event, I will make that public to invite all of y'all to join us.
All right, Scott. You can say y'all, by the way. You're from Virginia originally, or around there. So, yeah, there's dispensation. We don't like Shapiro saying y'all and only being from Abington.
Listen. I can say all of y'all because I'm I am over in anyway. When I go over to New Jersey, I say the two of yous. When I go to New Jersey and New York, then it becomes the two of yous.
Exactly. You can say it in South Philly also. You can dispense with that. Hey, Scott, thank you. We'll catch up soon. Great work.
Bye, y'all.
All right, there's Scott. She's so worn out at the end with all the accent stuff and everything else. All that coming up. Thank you, Carmen, too. You always open up the accent issue here. Let's take a couple calls, and we'll have Dom's Money Melody. Let's go to Mary in Somerton. We should have taken this one off. Mary, what's your trio?
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Good.
My trio is the Three Stooges, Larry, Moe, and Curly.
And a Philadelphia
And
connection.
also, yes. And also, if you go back many, many years, there was a store that was called the Pep Boys. They were Larry, Moe, and Jack.
Absolutely. Okay, Three Stooges. That's always something you have to consider when you're engaged in this. All right, we have enough lines, right? It's time for Dom's.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
All right, we're playing today for a pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon. Now, this is the second annual Paranormal Conference on March 8th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets. We love the Zlock, and last year this event really drew. So, Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, today we're talking trios, and I thought I'd take a musical trio that began as something else. They actually began as a punk band in the late 80s, early 90s, but then ditched one of their members, added a new member. One of the original members took the microphone, and they became soft rock legends. So they went from punk music to soft rock. Here covering another soft rock legend in Supertramp. We want to know who this cover band is. Again, they started as a cover band, moved into punk, and then became soft rock legends. They're a trio. Take a listen.
Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your love to me. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of my love to you.
I'm just going to put this out there. If you happen to be a fan of Howard Stern, a lot of lore between this band and the Stern Show. I'll put that out there. We're looking for the trio. Started as a punk band in the late 80s, early 90s. Mid-90s, switched it up to soft rock and became legends, Dom.
All right, 855-839-1210. Jump in with that, and we'll send you off to the Zlock. 855-839-1210.
We're off to dynamic Germany, fairy tale castles, Bavarian picturesque villages like Rothenburg, Germany's most beautiful city, Munich, the world-famous Hofbräu, fine dining, luxury hotels, Mozart Salzburg in Austria, and majestic Zugspitze, 5569. And that includes your airfare. Here's the number, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. From this region of high culture, art, industrial genius also sprang one of history's darkest chapters, the rise of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. We'll retrace the rise of the Nazi Party, from the beer hall to the pageantry at Nuremberg, chilling visit to Dachau concentration camp, and the rally grounds in historic Nuremberg. We'll even visit Hitler's mountain retreat, the Eagle's Nest. I'll see you by the Glockenspiel. Here's the number. Walter Sterling, 888-733-9494. 888-733-9494.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
There have been regional rail issues and multiple schools closed today because of the big factory fire in Abington. There's a vigil tonight for the 2-year anniversary of Temple Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald being shot and killed. And a new nonprofit in Philadelphia connects some of the most at-risk kids in the city with mentors.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's right. Here's the clue today to go off to the Zlock.
Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your love to me. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of my love to you.
All right, let's go to Harry in Upper Darby. Harry, what's your answer today?
Dom, is it the Goo Goo Dolls?
All right. Excellent work by you. Are you a fan of the paranormal?
A little bit.
I'm telling you, you will see a spectacle there at the Zlock. It's an event last year that really just bring back some drone information for me. Okay, that's what I want to know if they're getting into. I'll put you on hold, Harry. Enjoy the time there. Yeah, I'm still on the drone thing. We mentioned that early on. The NFL told Axios today, they asked what's their biggest fear? Not fans, you know, they got the product of drones. That's what they're afraid of. How do they deal with that? Now, I'm sure they're coming up with some plans. The NFL's not going to, put up with any shenanigans, but we're still into that. All right, what a busy day. You heard Carmen. Larry Krasner. Dan, do you still have that cut? Krasner kind of adopting a bit of a Southern accent today. It was a tour de force when he announced he's going to try for a three-peat today.
I'll have to grab
Yeah,
it.
okay. Yeah, whenever you have it. So, Carmen, sharp ear on that. Absolutely. We've heard a lot of stuff that he said goes way beyond the DA's race. Then there was Bernie. I have to admit, I enjoyed it. That I'm not sure that Bernie knows where Kensington is, but I wanted to go back and forth with him over the Krasner record more than anything that we've had here. And we got the side question. We are looking for something that's in trio, things in a series, coming off a three-peat for Larry Krasner. By the way, Scott Presler delivers every time. I'm watching what it was like in Gloucester County with him. Jersey is so winnable. And I just hope whoever wins the Republican primary, that they immediately, or they should be doing it now, ally themselves with Scott Presler and the team that he's building. And you heard what he's doing in Pennsylvania. 89,000. The significant, we'd have to do something special, particularly if that happens before November. That Pennsylvania suddenly is red. It gives me a side question maybe tomorrow. Either something you thought you would never see, or you still don't think you'll see it. Now, I think that's going to happen. Will we see Republican as mayor in Philadelphia? I'd say no. I'd say That's kind of a fact of life. But we've done that before. We've got some fabulous answers we might ask. I think Pennsylvania is going to be red within the year. And I didn't think that would happen. I mean, it's just the reason is this. It's not that it's not a bit of a swing state, and it's even more of a swing state now. You have these people that are on paper, they were raised that way. They're moderate Democrats. I think a lot of Eagles fans are kind of moderate, sort of apolitical Democrats because it's all Democrats, labor movement, all that. Do they think the things that Krasner is about? No. They despise Krasner. Well, then don't vote for him in the primary. You got one of your own, Pat Dugan, paratrooper, judge, Irish neighborhoods. All right, here's Krasner with a little bit of the sample of the accent.
The midterms are coming.
Oh, yeah.
This twice endorsed Klan president, that guy, he's got midterms coming. And Americans pretty soon are going to see all the cracks in the wall. They're going to see everything that he is up to and his, how shall I put it, apartheid-raised friends. And I mean on the powerful side, not the less powerful side. We need to win those midterms. We as Democrats need to take back the House. We need to bite into that lead in the Senate, hopefully take that one back too. And if we do that, it's not a thing this hater is going to be able to do for the last 2 years of that term. If we can slow down this maniacal behavior now, and we can shut it down in the last 2 years, then his bigger plans, and you know what they are, his bigger plans are not going to come. So this campaign becomes the opportunity, because Washington is watching. Oh, trust me. This city's name and my name have been in the mouth of these people for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
They understand the value in crushing honest reform prosecutors in big blue cities. They've been at it all over the country. Even the state legislators have been at it. You might remember that part, right?
Come on, throw Dom Giordano in here. Come on,
But what we can do with this election, with your help as volunteers, with your help as donors,
was a code
what
red.
we can do with this election
And
is
you are
register
impeached.
an unheard of number of new votes. What we can do with this election is scare some of the folks in Washington, D.C. half to death when they see the turnout and the votes in this election bigger than they have ever seen. And I know we can do that because in 2017, we went way bigger than anybody expected. And then when everybody said you'll never do it again in 21, oh, yes, we did.
All right. So the plan here is the turnout is going to frighten Trump and portend the midterms. He's also tapping into RFK Jr. today. He tapped into Elon Musk. Quite a performance by Krasner today. What does it have to do with murder, shoplifting, everything else in the city of Philadelphia? Nothing. Question is, does he still have that coalition? Michael Nutter's called him the Great White Hope. Remember when he talked about no violence in Philadelphia? Let's face it, he has been clever in appearing to influencers. That's what they are. They're called the clergy. They're influencers in African-American, Latino neighborhoods, mainly African-American. And they routinely have to stand guard over him and vouch for him. Can he do it again? But his real source are the Rittenhouse Square, the Chestnut Hill, liberals, progressives, other neighborhoods in Philadelphia that are insulated from that. Now, one thing is the sad saga. Today is the day that Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald was killed allegedly by a maniac from Buckingham, Pennsylvania, who didn't even come anywhere near the death penalty. Coming up, we're going to talk with Pastor Bill Devlin. Great suggestion by Dan, because I know he'll be at the event tonight, the candlelight vigil around 6:30 for Officer Chris Fitzgerald. Again, I just make one comment before we go to Bill in a moment. Could there be more of a family that's the American dream? You've heard the Fitzgeralds, right? Doctor and his wife, Marissa. Could there be a more blatant example? He's a cop. He was assassinated, not just shot at random from 100 feet away. He was wounded, then assassinated. It's on every camera imaginable. Could there be a better example of why the death penalty, based upon those who say they're in favor of it and lie, like Josh Shapiro and apparently his son, they're never going to do the death penalty. And I'm never going to be on the other side. I don't care what Pope Francis says. I don't care if you bring 100 popes in here. And I don't believe I'm going to hell or shouldn't be a Catholic. I have Pastor Bill Devlin. I'd rather have that than 100 Pope Francis. He's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
An Arctic air mass remains locked into the Delaware Valley over the next several days. We'll have sunshine and clouds today, still windy and even colder, high up around 30 degrees. Very cold tonight, partly cloudy, low 17 for the city, colder in the suburbs. Mostly cloudy on Wednesday as the storm system passes by to the south, highs again near 30.
Weather sponsored by Wawa. Get the meal deal you really want. Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for just $5. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, I think about it every day. Who would be a better in-studio guest, Larry Krasner or Jim Kenney? Jim Kenney's more of a miserable. That's true. But Larry Krasner is insufferable beyond anything we've ever seen. You got to give him credit. And today was a tour de force. And today is also, look, and I made this point, the judge didn't want to go there. I'll go there, though. The Krasner office and his campaign, come on. You know today's the day that Sergeant Fitzgerald was executed, was assassinated. You know the family, etc. Why couldn't you make this announcement tomorrow? Well, why would I? Because it's the right thing to do. If I have to explain it, you shouldn't be a DA in Philadelphia. You didn't even listen to them. You didn't even talk with them about capital punishment, ultimately. You were never going to do it. You wouldn't do it under any circumstance. This is a clear cut. There's nothing here that you can stand on other than you will never do the death penalty. So tonight, it's a vigil, candlelight vigil at 6:30, I believe, and Pastor Bill Devlin will be there to give you the details over at Temple. I assume probably on the spot where he was assassinated. Pastor Bill with us on Talk Radio 1210. Pastor Bill, thank you as always. Will you be there tonight and speaking?
God bless you, Dom and Dan, and remembering this faithful father, husband, officer at 11630 Caroline Road in Philadelphia at the FOP.
At the FOP, okay.
In Northeast Philly. And I invite people to come. You know, this is a heartbreaking story, Dom. I mean, here's a young mother, Marissa, with 4 children, And yet Krasner continues to put it off, put it off, put it off. And so we tonight, as we gather in a few hours to remember our dear brother, Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald. I mean, I'm very broken about this because he's buried a mile from my home there in Huntington Valley, and I visit him regularly. I visit his widow, Marissa, regularly. So we just invite your listening audience to come out to 11630 Caroline Road in Philadelphia at the FOP and just remember this dear brother and his sacrifice. Let's just show up, Dom. And God bless you. Thanks for having me on. And let's remember to pray for Marissa, those 4 kids, and Christopher Fitzgerald's sacrifice in the city of Philadelphia.
Bill, you made a point there, too. It's not just that Krasner, of course, rejected the death penalty, but also that it's 2 years now since he's been killed, and we knew pretty quickly who allegedly did it, and they had him in custody. I don't know whatever happened with the alleged enablement by the parents, but 2 years, and this is still unresolved, which is stunning. Krasner today, and I wanted to ask you this because you have degrees in many different areas, and you're sensitive to mental illness. But today, trying to tap into, he didn't want to say poverty is the root cause of all this violence rather than Krasner's policies. So he's tapping into mental illness. We kind of think an RFK Jr. perversion he's doing here. And he tried to weave that through as far as the reason why people do it. And do I think this the guy who did it might be disturbed? Yeah. But again, it comes back to right and wrong. That's all that you need to know the difference here. Otherwise, I guess every murderer in the country would be walking.
In opposition to the Catholic Church, this murderer who killed Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, he needs the death penalty. And Dom, I'm going to be there to either give the injection or throw the switch. Glory to God, because this family has been destroyed by this young man from Buckingham Township. I mean, this is one of the wealthiest areas of Bucks County.
Yes.
So there's no mental health reason other than this kid went down to be a thug, and he killed this husband, this father, for no reason other than to get a leg up in his gang mentality. And Krasner, we need to pray for him that his heart will be soft and his heart will be changed. And let's pray for Governor Shapiro, who we hope will pray and change on the death penalty. So
yeah, Bill, absolutely.
Go.
Bill, the only thing I would say as far as divine providence of a sort is, could there not be a better family? And let's face it, usually these things are in racial terms where the assailant is black and the person might be white. It's the role reversal here. And this is a family that you can't imagine their accomplishments and how their ability to articulate. They're standing for you, me, our kids, and everyone else by demanding and not doing it in an aggressive way, just in an assertive way constantly, that this wrong has to go away. And the only recourse here is the death penalty.
Exactly. So we invite everyone who's listening, Dom and Dan, FOP 11630 Caroline Road in Northeast Philadelphia. You come, just break loose and honor this father and husband who gave his life. And you be there with Marissa and the 4 kids. Let's support this young man and his family in Jesus' mighty name.
Thank you, Bill, very much. Thanks for coming on as always. All right, Pastor Bill Devlin. Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you.
Same
guys
here,
today.
Robert.
A couple things real quick. That guy who called in defending Krasner should really be ashamed of himself, okay? The statutes don't say anything about it. Lynn Abrams followed the statute. All the other DAs followed the statute. He puts out a memo just like Bragg, just like Gascon. I'm no longer going to prosecute these crimes. Has nothing to do with statute.
Right. Otherwise, there'd be no memo. There would be no memo that was needed to go out. Right.
He wouldn't need a memo, right?
Right.
Second thing, I was thinking about Steve's call yesterday. And, Dan, you're not soft. You're just easygoing, okay? And
Thank you, Robert.
I mean, you could put a frog in soy sauce to live for the rest of its life, and its body parts will not change. It won't grow a uterus. It might make them softer or more easygoing. And do we really need to be talking about transgender frogs? Seriously, man.
Right, but you know, Robert, I would tell you that guy has potential to be a knight of the caller table here. That guy, Steve, yesterday. Oh, my goodness.
I love his passion, man. Love his passion.
I would say him and Carmen are two potentials on the road to this.
Carmen, please keep calling in, Carmen. Please keep calling in. I'll get right to my side. I don't want to take too much time. I am going to go with something we haven't heard to this question, and that is the Olympic medals: gold, silver, bronze.
Very good one.
The holy trinity of sports, you might say. But you guys have a great day, man. Great show, Dom.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, and think of how often we say it's a gold medal argument or something like that. Very good one. Let me take one more quickly here. Let's go to Charlie in Orland on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charlie, afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. This is not my answer, but our Springfield Township has done a trifecta or a three-peat against our police.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They're not going to three-peat. They're going to lose.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going. They voted 5-2 at the last meeting to take it to court again.
Yeah, Charlie, what's your sense of the people of Springfield Township? Do they like losing? Is it Loserville? I'm going to have to call it now.
Well, I was at the meeting, and like 90% or more were for the police. It's just that board. They went in. No matter what the people said, they were going to vote. It was 5-2.
Yeah.
Now there's one guy who's always voted no. Commissioner Cobb, and he's a guy maybe you could have one, and maybe he can tell you why he's voting no all the time.
All right, we'll consider it. So, Charlie, what's your three in a series?
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. To quote Larry Krasner, should there be a ban on Krasner and particularly Josh Shapiro saying y'all and folks?
I like a better trio.
What's that?
Reading, writing, and reason.
Oh, there we go. All right. I forgot that for a moment. I was going with arithmetic. It didn't get my head. Oh, yes.
I told him to say reason. I thought they might play nicely.
That's why I got the buzzer.
Yeah, use it with the judges.
Shameless
All right.
plug. Come on.
This is a really good one today. Thank you, Larry Krasner, too, for great show content. And again, if you want to be a foil to Donald Trump, you can't go to the White House. Come here. Tell us about the foiling you're going to do. And Dan, what did he say? He's not just the DA. He's running to be the democracy advocate against Trump. That was the other DA part. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
But DA has come to have a new meaning that I never expected in the last 7 years, and that is democracy advocate. We will get to that.
Oh, the crowd went wild there with the crass. Democracy advocate.
Felt pretty flat there, Larry.
Larry, what are you going to do about the pickleball court over in Chestnut
we will get
Hill?
to that.
Try that.
That is democracy advocate.
You need that Chestnut Hill.
We will get to that.
Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, what do you have today?
Hey, Dorm. The show's wicked awesome. I don't know why I'm talking in a Boston accent today, but it just seems
Maybe
to be the thing.
Krasner will try that. We need the Chestnut Hill accent where you don't move the jaw. Larry, work
down
it.
the yawn.
Yes.
My answer today is going to be the answer. Not Allen Iverson, even though he was number 3. No, my answer is the answer. Yes, no, or maybe.
Ah, very nice. Okay, yeah. Very good. Yep. 3 again. Oh, Carmen back.
Because the phone's messed up the last time.
Okay,
So
all
we're
right.
gonna get the real
We want to hear the accent. She can talk. That accent is pleasing. Maybe an accent tomorrow. I'm not sure, but decide. Thanks to Larry Krasner, 2 days in a row. Carmen in Morristown. Hey, Carmen, welcome back. What do you have now?
Yes, Dominic. In 1492,
Yes.
Columbus sailed the ocean blue on 3 ships, and they were the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Fantastic answer.
Yes, great answer. And it's hard with the accent not to have you win all the time. I don't know how we can curtail that, particularly with the male audience here. It's Very different. Come on, guys. Calm down out there. Robert at Ben Salem, don't drive up the road on your deliveries. Richard in Summerdale on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Rich, what do you have?
How you doing? Before I get into that, this is not my answer, but there's another three that should be considered here, and that's George Soros, Larry Krasner, and Officer Fitzgerald. Instead of Soros giving $1 million to the Krasner campaign, you would have sent $100,000 to the widow of Officer Fitzgerald. I think that would be a better thing to do.
Okay, what's your answer, Richard?
My answer is the Big Three. 80 years ago, last week, they had the Big Three conference in Yalta with Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill.
Yeah, no period like World War II. I've often said this. You take the 10 biggest figures from World War II, and they're pretty much household names still. Who was the biggest figure from World War II? Well, arguably Hitler, which we never take as an answer, but also Winston Churchill, I think even more than FDR. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. After I present my answer, I have a comment.
Okay.
And I'm changing my answer.
All right.
In the Russian judicial system, a panel of 3 judges is called a troika.
3. That's right. Yes. And we use that here in America. Yes.
When Dom, you were calling for comments on Krasner.
Yes, Joe.
I have something better. I have a comment for you. Dom, you're a genius. You have an IQ of 1,000. When I was considering an answer, I was going to use Caesar's quote, Veni, Vidi, Vici. You're magnificent.
Well, thank you, Joe.
That's very kind of Joe.
Very kind. Producers, feel free to play that in promos. Dom the Magnificent, noon until 3.
You are a genius.
You are a
That's
genius.
what he said.
Yes. Veni, Vidi, Vici. The Buzzard, Father Leo Adisavich. You can't make a name up. That's where I got the And I was doing it. Hundreds of kids, imagine, through the hallways, and I turned, bang, right into the hand of a teacher who slapped me. Oh, yeah. You could. They might knock you out there. They didn't just slap. Yeah. I deserved it. Come on. The guy did look like a buzzard. He was a Latin teacher, and he did weird stuff. But come on, you can't be hawking through the
Like a
hallway
buzzard, you said.
with hundreds of kids. Imagine.
Why do all Latin teachers look like buzzards?
Yeah, well, if people can Google him, Father Leo Adisavich, you'll see what I mean. All right, Henry, who did you like today?
Yeah, a lot of good ones today. I liked Robert and Ben Salem's answer of the Olympic medals.
Okay.
I liked Earl and Dakota's answer of the answer because it is a double entendre, being both Allen Iverson and, a response. And then, you know what? I liked Carmen and Morristown answer of Columbus.
I knew we were going to get to
it's a tough one. There's some other ones.
We can't go every time to Carmen. Dan, what did you say?
I like Carmen the best, I think.
I did too, but I'm trying to think.
I mean, we could go with Joe's ideal answer, which was Carolyn Somerton's of Veni, Vidi, Vici.
You know, that was a great answer. Could we consider that for a minute?
You were calling for comments on Krasner.
Carol of Somerton. Yes. Dan, you don't like that one?
I like that. I like that one. Yeah.
Let's go with Carolyn Somerton. I can't just go every time Carmen calls. I mean, it's just, the decisions. Can't have 2 prizes, not on this show. Carmen, keep calling though.
Dom, you're a genius. You have an IQ of 1,000.
Oh, man, the guy is just crystal clear. All right, Rich Cioli is back in studio today and got big stuff tomorrow. Seen him in a hallway out here, so be ready to go for that. And again, Larry Krasner this time is in for the battle of his life. He knows it. That's why he's deflecting even more than usual. Didn't even talk about his opponent. Didn't even talk about, murder rate. No. He's bigger than that. He is the democracy protector, whatever he said, the DA, advocate, democracy advocate. And he's going to run against Donald Trump. And then in the midterms, he's going to take care of Trump after that. My goodness. Philadelphia, can this be a moment of clarity? We'll see. I'm cynical. I'm saying still uphill. All right, Rich is next. 4 big hours. Back tomorrow. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You're a genius.
Are you tired of high cable TV ratings?